The clock on the wall saying 5 o'clock notwithstanding, it is 6 o'clock, and I hereby call to order the regular meeting of the Ojai Planning Commission for March 20th, 2024. Sherry, would you call roll, please?
Chair Quillisi.
Here?
Vice Chair Trent.
Here.
Commissioner Murphy. Here. Commissioner Bennett.
Here.
One vacancy.
Terrific. Any need for a change to the agenda, Lucas?
Nope.
Okay, great. Then let's have our Pledge of Allegiance. John, if you lead us.
Yeah.
Pledge allegiance to the
Flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Constant problem. All right. Next on the agenda is public communications, the time set aside to discuss items of city business, public, or planning commission business that are not on the agenda. I have one card. Bill Miley.
Good evening. Some of you may be aware, and some of you may not be aware, that the Ojai Pickleball Association has started an initiative petition to take over the pickleball courts in perpetuity. And the initiative, it's going out now, I understand, for people to put signatures on the petition to make it valid so that they can get enough so they can actually submit it to the city council and ask the city council to give them rights for using the pickleball courts forever, the way they want to use it. We asked that, I'm a member of the Citizens for a Sound Pickleball Policy and have been for about 2 or 3 years. We asked people not to sign the petition. Be aware, there's a chink in the city government if they get it, because they want control over that court. Please do not sign. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Is there anyone else here present or Sherry out in television land who wishes to speak on an item not on the agenda? All right. Then we'll move on to the consent item, the minutes of the regular meeting of February 21st. Any commissioners with an amendment to that set of minutes?
No, I'm good.
Then a motion for approval would be in order.
I make a motion.
Second.
Very good. Any discussion? Sherry, let's call the roll on item 1, please.
Bennett.
Here.
Trent.
Yes.
Yes.
Quillisi.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Disclosure of site visits and ex parte contacts. Judy, would you like to start?
I am familiar with the site. I have not had any ex parte contacts.
Same.
the same.
Okay, and the same for me. Very good. Let's go on to our first public hearing item then, a design review permit at 304 South Montgomery. Please go ahead. All the way in the back. No, through there and then through one more.
I'm going to have Sarah Kameli give a presentation here tonight for 304 South Montgomery, but I just wanted to mention a couple of brief things before she starts in her presentation. First of all, this is 304 South Montgomery Street. It's a vacant lot, And I think what's important to note is this was a part of an original development agreement. This body has seen this. It dates back to 2022 in June, where there was a lot of discussion. Not so much discussion on this site because there was other sites in the discussion as well, so it got its fair share of discussion. But Kamali's going to go through the staff report through this PowerPoint, and there's going to be some slides showing both the site and the elevations and some information as it relates to affordability. The applicant is here as well as his team to answer any questions at the end as well.
Okay, very good.
With that, I'll turn it over to Sarah.
Alrighty, hello everybody. Nice to see you all again. So as Lucas mentioned, this will be a presentation on 304 South Montgomery, which is a 100% affordable housing project. And we have a beautiful picture of the Ojai Valley to begin. So next slide, please. All right, so just some background. I know Lucas kind of caught you up a little bit, but the developers, Ojai Bungalows LP, they're here today. Kind of going back to the settlement agreement that took place on December 18th, 2023, that was approved by council. That agreement included 4 project sites, which were a mix of deed-restricted affordable and market-rate housing. That agreement also outlined a timeline for the public hearing process, which brings us to where we are today with 304 South Montgomery at Planning Commission. So in order to address the shortage of affordable housing in Ojai, the applicant is proposing the development of a 15-unit deed-restricted affordable housing project consisting of residential units only. And we have a picture of the vacant site right over here. Next slide, please. All right, so where 304 South Montgomery Street, you could take a look at the map. It's pretty close to here. If you take the walking trail, you actually walk right past it. It is zoned village mixed use, and it is in line with the general plan for village mixed use. The lot size is 0.62 acres. Surrounding uses include other residential development, the Ojai Valley Trail and Libby Park. And just a quick site history, the lot was previously developed with a single family residence and accessory structure, but both were demolished circa 2016. Next slide, please. All right, going into the design, so there will be more detailed photos on the next slides, but it is 15 studio units spread amongst 3 buildings. So building 1 on the left is a single level building with 3 units. Building 2 on the bottom is a 2-story building with 7 units. And building 3 on the right is a partial 2-story building with 5 units. There is 15 parking spots you can see on the right, including 1 accessible spot and bicycle parking. A central courtyard with a central feature that is yet to be figured out yet. Solar panels, and then native landscaping with a drought-tolerant plant palette, and the preservation of existing trees. At the bottom over there, you can see examples from the plans of the native palette. Next slide, please. So before we go into the unit floor plans, I just wanted to give a breakdown of the affordability. So like I said, this project is 100% affordable, 15 units total. That breakdown is 12 moderate income units and 3 low income units. So 80% moderate, 20% low income. Next slide, please. And you could kind of see that with these plans right here. So we have the site plan with the buildings listed, building 1, building 2, building 3. On the right here, we have building 1, which is just ground level because it is 1 story. Next slide, please. Here is building 2, which is our 2-level building. So ground level floor plan on the left, 2nd level floor plan on the right. Next slide, please. And then building 3, which is our partial 2-story building. So on the right actually is the ground level floor plan with 3 units, and then on the left is the 2nd level floor plan. We do also have on the ground level floor plan, it's kind of hard to tell from here, but the laundry room and some storage. All right, so going into the rent calculations for affordability. So the way this works, rent is calculated as 30% of for affordable housing, as 30% of the maximum or the state income limits. So an example here would be for a low income 1-person household, you would take the max income, which is $74,400. It's listed, kind of small numbers up there. You would take 30% of that, which ends up being $22,320. Divide that by 12 months, you get $1,860 per month for a low-income 1-person household. And the additional calculations are seen on the slide here. Next slide, please. All right, so with this being an affordable housing project, that leads us into state density bonus law, which is an applicable housing law. State density bonus law affords a developer of a housing development project certain benefits if the development includes a threshold number of affordable units. So those development benefits include a density bonus, concessions, incentives, waivers, and parking ratios, which we will go into further details on the next slides. So this is located in the Village Mixed Use Zone, which allows for 8 units per acre per the Ojai Municipal Code. However, this project is proposing 15 units on a .62 acre lot. So the big question is, how do we reach that desired density of 15 units? We're gonna get there with the state density bonus law plus a planned development permit. So density bonus law, because this project is proposing 20% of those units to be reserved for low-income tenants, the project will qualify for a 35% density increase per the government code. As you can see here, it's taken directly from the government code. 20% low income, 35% increase.
You get the same 35% if you have more than 40% moderate.
More than 40% moderate.
Yeah. Turns out.
Thank you, Matt.
More than one path to the same approach.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, so going into this breakdown, bear with me. I'm going to take us through how we get to the density increase. So we start with those 8 units per acre in the VMU zone. That's the max density. And we want to multiply that by .62 acres to get the actual density allowed for this specific site. So in doing so, we arrive at 4.96, which we round up to 5 units. So the base density for this specific site is 5 units. Now with density bonus, we're going to take the 35%, so 0.35 times those 5 units, which gives us an additional 1.75 units. Add that to the 5 units we calculated earlier, we arrive at 6.75, round that up to 7 units. So with state density bonus law, we go from 5 units to 7 units for this site. Next slide, please. All right, so now we have to account for that increase. So from 7 units to 15 units, which is what is proposed, it is a roughly 115% increase. So to account for that increase, we are looking to acquire a planned development permit. Next slide, please. So a little bit into a planned development permit. So a planned development permit, or a PDP, affords maximum flexibility in site planning and property development. It simultaneously protects the integrity and character of Ojai whilst encouraging creative and innovative development projects. It's applicable to projects located in the VMU zone that are in excess of basic density allowance. And because this is concerning density, it's to be considered by commission, but ultimately must be approved by city council. Next slide, please. All right, and then going back to density bonus, but beyond the density. So we have incentives and concessions here. So this project qualifies for up to 2 development incentives and concessions, but the developer is only requesting 1, which is a reduction in the landscaping width development standard to 2 feet instead of the required 6 feet along the eastern property line. Parking-wise, the Ojai Municipal Code calls for 23 parking spaces for this specific project. However, with state density bonus law, only 1 space is required for each 0 or 1 bedroom unit. So 15 studio units, 15 parking spaces, including 1 accessible parking space, still 15 total parking spaces. Another note, this isn't in the conditions of approval. However, the developer is considering a separate incentive for incoming tenants without a vehicle to minimize on-site parking concerns because he is aware of the parking concerns that are related to the location. As for waivers, no waivers have been requested of the development standards.
Question?
Yes.
The separate incentive for incoming tenants is not a transaction that involves the city, is that correct? That's
No.
2 private parties.
Yes, that would be separate. The
Okay.
developer is just wanted to make a note of
A
that
note of
for
interest.
prospective
Yeah,
tenants.
okay.
Yeah, let's call it voluntary.
Oh, next slide, please. Thank you. All right, project benefits. So one of the main benefits is that we are working with a local developer who is familiar with Ojai's characteristics and has the community at heart. Another big thing is this is addressing the housing shortage, and not just the housing shortage, but the affordable housing shortage in both Ojai and California. And one thing to look at is our the RHNA numbers, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation numbers. So the state of California allocates region-specific numbers for affordable housing. Our numbers can be seen right over here. It's kind of tiny, my apologies. However, the total is 53. And so the combination of this project, along with the 3 other projects outlined in the settlement agreement, and the recently approved project at 320 Bryant Street would allow Ojai to meet these allocated RENA numbers for this 8-year cycle. Next slide, please. And so finally, our recommendation would be for commission to consider the following: receive the information and presentation provided by staff and the applicant developer, ask clarifying questions, open the matter for public comment, and consider the resolution and associated conditions, and recommend approval to the city council. Next slide, please. Thank you very much, with a pink moment.
Very good. Thank you for that, Sarah.
Of course.
Any questions for staff?
Yeah, can you go back to the income slide?
Bingo.
That one. The hard to read one.
Yep.
So where would this project fall? This would be low income, median income, correct?
Yes, it's low and medium. So these.
Moderate.
Oh, I'm
Moderate,
moderate,
yeah.
sorry. So these examples here are indicative of what would most likely be the case, because you have low and moderate, and you're dealing with studio units, so 1 and 2 person households.
Now, that says the area median income, 123,500. That's for a family of 4, I presume. Is that right?
Yes, it is for a family of 4, 123,
So it
500.
all scales down from there.
Yes.
What is the number on the one? I can't.
On 1, it's going to be 86,450.
Is the median income for moderate income for a household of 1, it's 103,750. And then for low income for a household of 1, it's 74,400. And I could just note, or will note, that these numbers are adjusted every year by the federal government, which spits out a number to the states, which spits the number down to the counties.
Right, and
Spits it down to SCAG and,
and hence
Correct.
the,
And then down to us.
hence the rents could go up based on that number too, correct?
Right. The rents are functions of those income levels for each year, so they get adjusted.
Yep.
yeah, the income bands change, so the rent changes.
Correct.
Or the maximum
maximum
allowable
rent.
rent changes.
Trend is that incomes most likely won't go down. Just assuming.
I mean, presumably, if history is any guide, incomes tend to go up somewhat. Inflation is likely.
Cool, okay, so just for easy math, at the moderate income, which is 103, that's roughly around $3,000 a month for rent.
A little less.
2593, it says.
These rents are statutorily capped at 30% of those incomes,
Right, okay,
inclusive of a,
Divide that by 12,
see,
it's
there you
2.5%.
okay, got it. So $2,500 for the one
A
person.
little over, right.
Yeah,
change, 2,500 and change.
okay,
And low income, it's
income is,
18 and 1860.
1860. Okay,
So neither of these involve extremely low and very low. They're strictly lower and moderate.
Low and moderate, yeah.
Yep.
and then go back to the RENA slide if you can, what we've already hit. Yeah, the next small one. Okay, so that's our number right there, 53. It looks like, okay, so we have 10. Are those 10 that are needed for moderate income or 10 that have already been allocated for?
So this chart is taken straight from the website that has the arena numbers. So this is what we would need in our
From
8-year
our
cycle.
This is from our
Yes.
housing element.
Yeah,
Correct.
so 53 total, 10 moderate for this project, like 10 moderate, 9 low income. So this meets a portion of that.
This doesn't represent any of the projects that are currently.
No.
Got it.
Yeah, that chart there is the city's current cycle arena.
Right.
And then we haven't subtracted off from that chart the Cabrillo project is approved, nor this project, nor the other 3 Becker Settlement Agreement projects. But collectively, those 5 projects cover the entire arena.
Do they cover the,
I thought we
what
had
is
an
it,
issue on very low.
12 very low, or I can't,
13.
13?
It's 13 very low.
Does this collection of projects cover the 13 very low?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Let's also not
we haven't
forget,
seen them all yet, then.
let's also not
Correct.
forget that ADUs also count towards this as well. So we typically have somewhere in between 20 to 25 annually.
But those are moderate, right?
Those are all falling under the moderate.
Okay, so
So
we,
moderate is not going to be a problem. I see
Moderate's
the
not a
problem
concern.
coming at the very low level.
Even low isn't gonna be a problem.
No.
The very low level is met with the combination of the cottages, Mallory, and Cabrillo projects. Those that collectively add up to cover more than are very low.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't remember
I
Cabrillo
don't
having
remember that.
any very low in it, but that's fine.
And I'll double check, my memory is it did.
Yeah, I don't remember the number count though.
Yeah, okay.
We'll get you the math.
Some of the 49 residences are very low. Okay. Any other questions, Judy?
I'm looking. Go to somebody else.
I have a list.
Yeah, okay.
Amy?
No.
Okay. I watched your calculations, and I agree with what's basic density and density bonus and all of that stuff. But I have not seen anywhere a limit on what's possible under a planned development permit. Is there one?
Is there a formula for it?
I couldn't find any formulas.
I couldn't
just
either.
said there's planned development permits.
Would you be able to pull back
And
up the,
everything is up for negotiation when you do that, right? Okay,
Yeah, so I'm just going to point to this slide specifically, kind of outlining, I guess, the purpose of a PDP specifically for this project. Just one moment, please. Right here. So as it says, it affords maximum flexibility in site planning and property development. I bring this up just to state that it's very general in the sense that, in theory, a developer could come and present a project that's 10 stories, 50 units. However, at the end of the day, it has to be approved by council. So would that go through? That is up for speculation, you know? Maybe Lucas wants to expand on that.
Well, here's what I would also say. With the PDP, here's how I would probably describe a PDP, and I think Sarah's done an excellent job. So think about a planned development permit as it relates to the village mixed-use zone. Is there a requirement for a variance? There is no provision for a variance. Instead, you go through the process of a PDP, which is the strictest of standards from a finding standpoint. Is it as strict as what a variance is? No, it's not. Instead, what it does is it follows a discretionary review process, which goes through Planning Commission, this body, as well as City Council. And at that point is an evaluation of how that project fits into our community, right? And all of those basic findings that we as a body of staff, as the commission, and as council have to make those findings in the positive. If you're coming forward with a density that is way beyond anything that's even conceivable, the chances of it going forward. Now, is there a ceiling? No, there's not. But perceivably there is, because there certainly is something that won't pass the squint test, right? From the standpoint of how much is too much density. And it's a squint test, really. There isn't like a line drawn in the sand of what's too much. I think really what it boils down to is what does it bring to the community?
okay. Let me phrase the question slightly differently, and I appreciate 10 stories and 50 apartments. That was part of a question that I wrote to staff before the meeting. Is there a basis in law for the city at either this level or the city council level to deny a permit for a 10-story, 50-apartment building?
So we're not going to answer that theoretical because we don't yet have an application on the table for a 10-story project that could be analyzed in full against every possible standard. So the answer to whether we can deny it or not is going to depend extremely precisely on exactly what kind of project is proposed.
And will only apply objective standards.
Correct, and we're only allowed to apply objective standards for a qualifying project that has sufficient amounts of affordable. We're only allowed to apply objective standards under a slightly different standard for a housing project with 2 or more units. we don't know the affordability levels of this proposed project, so I'm gonna not have staff answer that hypothetical. But the short answer is, as Lucas noted, and as Sarah noted, the PDP allows for additional density if it meets the other requirements applicable to the project.
I do have a
Okay.
question when you're done.
You had something more?
Yeah.
Good.
Page 5 of 11,
Is this in the admin report?
admin
or-
report.
Okay,
At the bottom, it talks about the requirements for parking under municipal code as being 1.5 spaces for each dwelling and so on. On the net, which would bring this project to 23 required parking sites. However, then on the next page, it talks about the state density bonus law, and that requires only 1 parking place. So that justifies the developer wanting 15 parking places. However, in the municipal code, it refers to covered parking places. And in the state density bonus, it doesn't address that. Have you considered that situation?
so, or maybe a different way of asking, is this an incentive or a concession to have uncovered parking spaces? Or are we just
Or a
not,
waiver?
not discussing that
Or a
at
waiver.
all?
Yeah, so when applying the density bonus law parking standards, the density bonus law parking standards are at face value, and it requires a 1-to-1 in this case, 1 parking space per unit. It doesn't
And it's mute
specify.
on coverage.
Correct. It doesn't specify covered or uncovered. It just says 1 parking space. So by that alone, them meeting that standard it basically takes our parking standard, crumples it up, throws it out the window, and says instead we're using the density bonus law as it relates to parking.
We probably should take a look at that piece of the code and see if we need to fix it.
It applies in if there's not a density bonus project.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because this fits into the density bonus provisions, yeah, the covered space is not a requirement, but it could be an ask at that point.
Okay?
And
Would it-
I'll
would-
also note, one further step on the parking piece. The state density bonus law says in particular that on-site parking may be provided through tandem parking or uncovered parking. So the state law expressly allows
Oh.
uncovered parking to count.
Very good.
State law.
Thank you
Density
for the
bonus project.
clarification.
Okay.
Okay.
So he doesn't, the developer would not need to even ask for it as a concession or a waiver.
Correct. It's what amounts
Okay.
to a baked-in concession.
State,
Yep.
state
Okay.
law.
If you're looking for something else, I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
In the admin report, page 2, it refers to a service court. I looked at the site plans, I saw a laundry room, I saw a storage room, and I saw a courtyard. And I'm just wondering what a service court is.
So the service court, if you're looking at the plans, at the site plans specifically,
That's a courtyard, yeah.
it's actually going to be in the southeast corner, so the bottom right. Service court.
Ah,
Yeah,
I
and-
missed it, thank you.
I believe
So
it would
what is
be
it?
like a communal space, just like a nice place for tenants to come.
Very good.
Perhaps the developer can expand on that when he comes up.
Good.
And that looks like it's facing the bike path. Yeah.
Pull the site plan back up.
I have a question. Somewhere in the document, it refers to the proximity to a utility, a piece of utility infrastructure. Does that utility infrastructure generate any sound that can be heard by a neighbor?
I can answer that one. I just walked by it today
Yeah.
on the trail.
Yeah.
I heard nothing. And I presume that the electrical substation is actually operating 24/7.
I can also back that up because since I've been working on this project, I love that walking path. And the other day I was walking past it and I was wondering, can I hear anything? And I did not hear anything walking past it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's possible you could have some 60-cycle hum there, but it's.
Maybe at
it's,
night. That would be the only time that. I
If
mean,
it
I've
gets
been-
very quiet.
Yeah, I've been
you
there
might hear
during the day
something.
and I haven't noticed anything either.
And if that develops into a problem at some point, the PUC does have standards for those facilities that the city could look to the PUC to enforce.
Okay. In the admin report, page 6, talking about the density bonus law parking ratio, I understand that 15 parking spaces meets all the requirements here. My question is there anything, I couldn't find it, in either the municipal code or the government code at the state level or elsewhere that specifies a ratio of spaces for persons with a disability to total spaces? Now, this is 1 out of 15. And I don't know whether that's good or bad. I think 0 would probably be bad, but is 1 sufficient, or is there a rule somewhere?
From Lucas and I looked into this earlier, and I believe it was building code that says for every 25 parking spaces, you need at least one
One?
accessible
Okay.
spot.
Okay.
And always minimum one.
I'm sorry?
And always minimum one ADA space.
Yeah, okay. Page 6 on setbacks, it talks of the maximum which applies to this project. I think what we mean is the rear setback is 25% of the lot depth or 25 feet, whichever is less, correct?
Yes.
And here the setback is clear across the parking lot, right? So, no problems there. Let me see. Okay, a little bit of errata. Met or exceeded its share. The admin report says the project has met or exceeded its share of the RENA. And I did not understand that. I didn't realize any project had a share, but it meets
It helps the
pieces of
city
the
meet
RENA
yeah.
quota.
Right.
It's part of how the city's meeting its meeting. And on that one, I did verify those numbers. So on the low income, very low income side, our RENA requirement is on the table was 13 units. We have 15 in the hopper. Cabrillo project, as approved by the council, has 8 very low income units, and the combined Becker
very good,
projects
okay.
have 7 very low income units.
One-
And that nets 15, 2 over them.
The
requirement.
aggregation of the 5.
Correct. The aggregation of the 5 is 15 total very low income units.
Okay,
And this,
All right.
in this project, it's 12 moderate, correct?
12
Yeah, 12
moderate, 3
moderate
low.
and the 3 low.
Right, okay.
And the rest of the low, just to finish the puzzle, we have 9 low income that are required. The Cabrillo project had 41, so we're well above it. But the rest, the other Becker projects have another 3 low income to add up to 6 total. So we'll have, at the end of it all, 47 low.
Got it.
So well above our requirement there.
Well above. Okay,
So we're saying that these 12 units, these studios, will be rented by folks that are making 103,000 a year
Or less,
or less.
up to that.
Up to that.
up to that, yeah. Okay, one thing that I kind of fixate on whenever we have a project come in is looking at fire and water. Okay? In this one, I know from previous cases, the water district's standard allocation for residences is half an acre foot per year per residence. One could say it will probably be less here because these are very small units. But the current service is a 20-gallon per minute pipe and meter. And if you divide that by 15 units, you're talking about, 0.06 acre feet per year per unit, not half an acre foot. I am concerned that there's not enough water even for domestic use. And there's certainly not enough water in the current infrastructure to take care of fire suppression if there's a fire at this property. So what does the city do about that?
Do we know anything about the water here?
So here's the way in which this is I'll try to answer the question for the water, but also preface it with an answer for sanitation as well, because I think they're probably grouped kind of similar in terms of how we address
Domestic use,
both
drinking, washing, whatever, yeah.
both agencies. So it's kind of a two-step process. We've received letters from both agencies identifying availability, right? And that next step, and a part of our conditions, is to require will serves.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to those agencies then at that point to identify whether or not there is appropriate capacity for projects of this nature.
Well, that's
And that's-
capacity in the water mains and capacity in the sewer mains.
Correct.
But availability of, in this case, water on site, the water district can say, yes, there's plenty of water, there's a water main running right down Montgomery, okay? But a 2-inch, 20-gallon per minute line couldn't possibly serve this entire project.
And that's not
So
something.
the water district has said that it can.
Yeah, and that's not something for this commission to identify whether or not it's something that is a determination for this body to make. Instead, what we're doing is we're receiving the information and then making sure that we're following that process. So it's a checks and balances. The check is, hey, did they provide us with an availability letter? Yes, they did. What are they doing that? They identified a number of conditions that have to be satisfied for that agency. So then we do the check again to say, hey, developer, did you end up doing this? Hey, project component, did you end up doing this? It's the checks and balances piece at this point. It's not necessarily saying, hey, yes or no to whether or not there's capacity. That's not up to this body or this city to determine.
And we understand from the availability letters that there's plenty of sewer capacity and plenty of water capacity out in the street.
Yep.
Who in the city, if it's not this body, worries about water availability in pressure, in gallons per minute, and for what period of time for fire suppression? Who worries about that?
The building official verifies compliance with any requirements imposed by the water district to ensure adequate domestic water supply. The city's fire official, which is the Ventura County Fire Department, verifies adequate water flow for fire suppression, and the building official verifies that as well.
So that'll be down on conditions of approval,
Correct.
31,
Condition-
32, somewhere.
Oh, and number
Somewhere
11
in there that,
is the one that requires the will serve letter from the water district, and then the as-built comes in later under the building code.
Because didn't we have
okay, so it's 33 or 34 fire department standard conditions.
Yeah, the fire department picks up there, and then 11 is the one that's the standard will serve requirement from the water
Sure.
district
Yeah.
and the sanitation district.
That part I didn't worry about. What I was worried about is this 20-gallon per minute line is not gonna cut it for, probably even for domestic use, much less fire suppression. But the fire department will take a look at that.
Yep.
And the fire suppression requirement is clearly higher than the domestic use requirement. Okay,
Typically, for a fire suppression system of a project like this, it'll be required to have sprinklers. Typically,
Yes.
there'll be a separate line from the domestic line, so they're gonna do a new connection for that anyway. None of that's been engineered yet, none of that needs to be engineered yet. That gets engineered later and is verified by the building official before a certificate of occupancy is
okay,
issued.
but it's the building official that will verify those conditions.
In consultation with the water district.
Sure.
We're not gonna rerun the water district's calculations.
No. Okay.
But the building official will make sure that that's covered.
Okay. I've got 3 things on the resolution itself. I'll bring those up when we get to deliberations, but I get really picky about those legal documents that I have to sign.
With some spell checking also.
Well, yeah, there's some of that, right? Yep, I've got one of those. Okay, anybody else have questions for staff?
Yeah, considering we're looking at increased density along South Montgomery, the connection between Creek, obviously Creek is a major artery for our town and where people come into Ojai, and it's quite busy all the time. Have we done any traffic studies along that street to accommodate the more vehicles on the street? Also, that intersection between Montgomery and Ojai Avenue is horrendous, and that's just gonna add to that issue, especially on weekends. Try turning left out of there, good luck. So have we looked at traffic studies at all? Oops,
Does the
That
city
area.
require a traffic study?
yeah.
No, it's an affordable project. You can't.
Commissioner Murphy just answered that question. You cannot
Okay.
require it in this case.
Okay,
Got it.
that's what I thought. Once the word affordable gets into the conversation,
Changes everything.
it's all over. Okay? Any more?
Fine.
All right, then we'll stop questioning staff, and we will hear from the applicant. Please come forward.
Thank you. Good or I guess it's almost evening. Good afternoon and evening, council, or sorry, I should say planning commissioners, city attorney, community development director, and staff. Thank you, Sarah, for that review. That was very thorough. Well, to say the least, we've been working on these projects for a long time, trying to get them processed and through. You know, I'm representing our family, the Jonker family, which is Ojai Bungalows, on these projects. We're local families. We're doing this with our own money. There's no federal funding. I feel like I need to make a point of that because it's a difficult process, to say the least. I mean, you guys have gone through many of the issues that we need to face and put together to get a project of this off the ground. I do this every day, and I'm in the trenches doing it in a lot of places, primarily Ventura and here locally. So we've done a few things. So our development team is here. I have the architect, Jason Herber, to answer your questions on the architecture side, and then, of course, our landscape architect, Bill Mellett, as well, is here to answer questions on that. Chair Quillisi, your question on water, yeah, we definitely are required, Ventura County Fire will require us to do a pressure test. We'll have to upgrade all the lines that are there. The lines that's at present there was for a single-family home.
Right, yeah.
And there's substantial fees for all of that, including our water department
Yeah.
and our sanitation department. You probably saw in the report, it's about $300,000. So it's not insignificant. None of this is, along with the basic cost of construction. So when you start looking at the rent numbers for these things, it's a tough equation. It's a very tough equation, especially for a private builder. So this is the start. I mean, we've actually started on our settlement. We've pulled the permit to start the first phase of the cottages. This is the second phase, and we're thrilled to be at this process, and it's a long process. So it'll take a couple years to get these things built. That's just the nature of it.
May we interrupt and
Yes,
Ask.
certainly.
when the old agreement that is now voided was in effect, you were prioritizing residents from Mallory Way and from the cottages to have first selection of the new units. Will that still continue to be your plan?
Yes, the cottages, the first phase is really only 4 units. It's the 2 existing cottages and then 2 that were added to the garage. But yes, our intent is to get those units going, and that's the first permit we've pulled while we process this project. But yes, certainly, as soon as this is off the ground, they would have priority on those as we go into the next phases, phase 2, 3, and 4 of the cottages.
What kind of a time frame do you see for all of this? I know it's impossible to predict what might come up, or how long it might take to get all of your permits, but I'm sure you have a rough idea of what your,
Honestly,
Thought I had one 2 years ago, he said.
that's true.
let's roll back like 15 years, yeah. Yeah, no, it's a difficult, number to put out there, and a lot of it depends on the city and processing of building plans and all that goes into it. And then you get into the utility companies. Edison is a kind of a disaster right now. I've got a couple projects in Ventura that we're struggling with, but our hope would be a couple of years for this.
For this,
Yeah,
project.
and maybe the first couple of phases of the cottages to be
Thank you.
completed. So we'll be
You're still
back.
putting the duplex in the cottages as well?
Yeah, we're basically redesigning the cottages project, the new units, and then, of course, we'll be trying to rehab the existing as they, whenever they come vacant, when units come vacant. That's the goal. But as far as Mallory Way is a complete redesign. So that'll take a while, obviously.
could you tell us what kinds of things you would be choosing from for that central feature?
Well, we have a landscape design for the central area. Is that,
Well, there was
or
some
or was
wording
it the
in here.
service?
that, not the service area, but the central courtyard had a feature that was yet to be determined in the middle of it, and I'm just wondering what,
Probably leave that to our landscape expert.
okay. In other words, it would probably be some kind of a central landscaping,
Yes,
thing.
yeah.
not a fountain or whatever.
Hopefully a quiet area for the residents to enjoy. But yeah, that would be something that our landscape architect would be working on.
And what about that service area? What is that for?
I think it's a similar situation, and we also have, next to that, we have bike storage, which will, at present, I think it's exposed. We're definitely gonna need to put that indoors. I mean, it's an issue these days with,
Cover.
all these sites, you put outside bike storage, and it doesn't really work. Yeah,
Okay.
not that
So you're
good.
talking like a picnic table or something like that
Maybe-
in the service area?
Maybe benches or stone, some kind
Yeah.
of stone bench area. Done that a few places.
You have any questions for us?
Not at present, no, but I'll ask our,
I got one more, if that's okay.
Oh,
One question.
yes.
I know that, obviously you're looking at like a 215% increase in the density of the quote half acre lot, so to speak.
Hold on one second. In the staff report, it's 215. The reality is it's 115% increase.
Oh, 150, okay. Okay, 115%.
Yeah, that
It's
makes
200 above the basic allowance
Basic allowance, got it.
without
Without the
any density or
bonus.
anything else.
Okay. And I guess with the density bonus, it would be like 7 units, right? So we're looking at 15. So I guess my question is, have you looked at potentially lowering the amount of units? Is that feasible at the price points that you're looking at? Just curious.
I'm still trying to figure out if the 15 units is feasible, to be honest with you, but we took it in consideration of all the projects. We spent from 2019, basically the start of COVID,
Yeah,
to now,
long time.
to get to this point, on all the projects. So we've always looked at it as a grouping,
Mhm.
try to get it done, so, it's not easy.
Yeah.
Just the cost of everything has gone up, which we're all experiencing, so.
One question that came to me, just out of the blue from a citizen, was about, there are 3 parcels between Willow and the trail there on the east side of Montgomery, and this is the center parcel. Had you considered the south parcel and adding that to what you were doing, or would that have helped your business plan any?
Possibly. We originally did actually try to put together the parcel to the north and the parcel to the south, which is owned by Edison. And Edison did not want to,
Oh, Edison owns that one to the
they
south.
do,
Oh,
yeah. They use that for access to the station.
oh, because they have a wide access driveway.
Yeah, it's
off of Fox right now.
Yeah, it's not really being used, but yeah, we try, and in fact, at one point, we tried to see if they would allow us to have parking there. We could do a long-term arrangement for parking, and they just, didn't want to transact it for whatever
Well,
reason.
at least it's a nice buffer.
It is,
It's a
that is
nice
true.
open space
sure.
that
Yeah.
Yeah.
will stay that way. I'm looking at your colors on the color chart page, and it's white and gray and kind of black. Is there any color being thought about in this whole?
We've had a lot of different color concepts and designs, so we're still, that's what we
I know
have.
it's not our,
Right.
Well, actually, external appearance of the building is
Okay.
part of our
we'd
purview.
like color.
Although we can't dictate colors on an affordable project, as we know. We can ask, though.
Oh, that's right.
We're
It's an-
asking.
Affordable. Yeah, we can ask,
Just
absolutely.
We're
We just
asking.
can't dictate.
We're
Wouldn't
not,
cost more, right? I mean, it's just color.
not opposed to listening to color choices, so. And most of these projects, we do sampling, and if we're not thrilled about them, we're gonna come back into planning and ask for a review and a change of it.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Is the landscaper coming up?
Yes, he'll definitely come up.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna have Jason Herber come up, so
We'll hear
thank you for
from-
your time.
Here's some more from the applicants then. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jason Herber, the architect. I really don't want to take up too much of your time. I think Sarah did a great job explaining this project. So I just had a couple of other small things to add. We are complying with the Ojai City municipal codes where everything will be electric here as far as our appliances. There's no gas. And then you mentioned earlier the accessible parking. We're also going to be providing the required number of accessible units, which is 2. I think it's 10%, so that would be 2 units. And this is a very flat site, so it's going to be very easy to make accessible accommodations.
You're talking ramps instead of steps at the front porch?
Right. Well, I don't even know if we'll need ramps here. This site is so flat. So
Is this built on a slab?
yeah. Well, it'll be slab on grade. Yeah, we're not quite at that technical building phase yet, but I think this will be built on a slab. And then also too, I just wanted to note that we are even though we have a higher density of units here on site, we're conforming to the heights and setback requirements for the property. Other than that, I don't have anything to add unless you have some questions.
No, the only ask was for a narrower landscape area at the very east end of the project.
Can you bring up a slide for that, just so we have a visual?
I believe that was the only incentive concession being
Oh, got it,
asked for.
Okay, gotcha. Yes.
I have a question. Are all the ceilings flat in the units?
We haven't got there yet. Clearly they will be on the levels, the units that have a unit above them, which is 5 of them, but we like to do vaulted pitched roofs wherever we can. It just kind of depends on your insulation values but again, we're not quite to a structural engineering phase, but we can definitely take that into
Looks like it in
consideration.
the photos, I mean, in the drawings.
Well, the
Yeah, we have plenty
elevations
of-
always look good, yeah.
I mean, pitched roofs
Yeah, we-
Yes,
shown.
he's talking about pitched inside.
Oh,
Right,
Vaulted-
right.
vaulted
So that you can have a
Vaulted
higher,
ceiling, yeah.
higher ceiling height
Oh, that would
inside
be
of those
nice.
I
units.
like how they broke up the mass.
that would be nice.
Yeah. I was just commenting to Jamie, I like how you broke up the mass and it's, how you have it layered.
Thank you.
Okay?
I'll hand it over to Bill Mellett. He's our landscape architect, but thank you very much for
Terrific.
your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
There's a familiar face.
Good evening. Thank you for having us and hearing about our project. I'll just speak briefly about the landscape, and then any questions you have, I'm more than welcome to answer them. The landscape, we're going to use a lot of native plant material, low water plant material. I would say it's a soft landscape. There's not a lot of hardscape here. We're trying to reduce the amount of hardscape. It's mostly planted area, permeable spaces. There is a art component to this project, and I think that's maybe what, Judy, you were referring to, within that central courtyard. And we don't know what that is yet. That it's to be determined, you know.
Does landscaping count as a,
It can if there's a art component to that.
okay,
I mean, it can be functional art, or it can be, you know, just an aesthetic piece of art, I think is the way the ordinance speaks to it.
Just to clarify something.
This
it's
is
not
not a
requir-
commercial
yeah, it's
project,
not a
so there's no
requirement.
public
Right.
art.
It would be
required.
voluntary at this
True.
point.
There are outdoor areas for barbecue, for gathering in the central courtyard area. The storage yard is on the southeast corner adjacent to, there's a community laundry room, and that's where we foresee bike storage, and there may be some other storage for maintenance components for the project.
it's not an individual unit?
No.
Storage area?
No. We're showing a front, you know, instead of the sidewalk just paralleling the street and being against the street, we've brought it into the project and set the buildings back to make a, you know, project is kind of a transition from Creek Road rural to the urban setting of downtown, and so,
You've got all
Hopefully-
that townhouse project across the street,
Yeah.
yeah.
and hopefully this is a soft transition to a more built environment as we get into the town.
Okay,
Trying to preserve as many trees as we can. There are quite a lot of trees on that site. Unfortunately, quite a few have to go because of the configuration of this, but anything we can save, we are trying to save.
There are a couple of oak trees over on the eastern edge, eastern portion of Lot 17.
Yes,
Are
Lot
tho-
17 is
and
not part of this
18.
project. This project is from there down.
Okay, well then this one.
Yeah, that one.
Okay,
Okay.
so those would that stay?
there's
Why
quite a
is that?
few on the perimeter of the project. I think we're taking out 11 oak trees, the largest one having a DBH of 12 inches. They're not any large, mature oak trees. They're all younger oak trees that are going
Okay.
to be removed.
Because it's an affordable project, the replacement of protected trees is not in question. Is that right?
The replacement is still on the table. So it's typically a 1-to-1 ratio. So I think, could you talk a little bit about the trees that you are replacing or the new trees that you're identifying on the site?
Yes. So we are proposing to plant there's approximately 10 new trees, I believe, on the site that will be new. We don't have a planting plan as of yet. It's still conceptual. I'm guessing there'll be some oaks in there. But most of the trees that we're removing, there's quite a lot of elms that have just volunteered on that site, not native.
They do everywhere.
There's some large Canary Island palms on there. Unfortunately, those are beautiful, big trees, but they're
Useless.
kind of, yeah, not of much
Considered an
value anymore.
invasive species.
Yeah, they're not as invasive as, there are some Washingtonia palms on here that are invasive. Those will come out. But our intent is to fully landscape this site, and I think it'll be a beautiful addition to the street.
Okay?
Lucas, is on page, attachment D, 21 of 21, it looks like the .62 acres involves both lot 17 and 18. And that's the way I was assuming that this
It's
thing
really just lot 18.
is going. And lot 19 would be the Edison, which is left blank. So are we using both 17 and 18 here?
No, this was a part of the survey that was done, which identified really both 17 and 18, but really we're talking about only 18.
Only 18. Okay, thank you. I just got,
If I could, Commission, could I ask the applicant a question?
Please.
Thank you. We have a condition of approval that the commission is considering tonight, which I think is condition 31, which is referring to MS4 permit. With your landscaping being conceptual, have you started thinking through rain gardens and other things that are going to be holding
Yes,
water as you start working through that process with the civil, I'm assuming? Yes?
yes. And that, nowadays, that's a component of almost every project.
Right, which is the reason why it's conceptual
water.
at this point, because there's going to be a lot of work that's going to be done certainly on Bill's end to ensure that they're doing it in appropriate manners. For
Stormwater
reten-
management,
And
keeping,
it's
retaining
stormwater
water.
management,
Absolutely,
retention
yeah.
of water on site.
Do
up
you
to
see a
certain level.
cistern as being a necessity here for this project?
It's a very flat site, now that I
So
think about
the
it.
cistern was a solution that was applied to one of the other projects we talked
Yes,
about,
I
which
agree.
was a very new concept I hadn't ever heard of in the years that I've done projects. But somehow it's recirculated and resurfaced as a solution.
When
There's others. There's
yeah.
lots of others out
Just
there.
wondering how you're going about keeping all the rainwater on the property, that's all.
It can be a problem, and cisterns are a solution sometimes when there's not a lot of free space. Still to be determined here. It's a math problem.
Sure.
It's volume. Where can we store that water or retain it?
Okay.
Many options.
Any other question for the applicants? We've seen all three.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. All right, I have, oh, by the way, we had a late arrival looking for an opportunity to speak on public comment. I would suggest at least we finish this case before now we have two?
are they this case or?
No. I have two cards for this case, and I have now two for public comment. I would suggest we wait until we finish this case, and then we'll consider whether we open up for public comment again for non-agendized items.
Gail, is yours non-agendized?
Well, it's just on this plan.
Yeah, hers is the regular.
Oh, yours is on item two?
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, then we have three
And
for
what
item
was
two.
yours?
Mine is 304.
Okay, they both.
Okay, they all are.
Ah,
We don't have
okay.
any- Yeah, they're all related.
Well, then you're third in line. All right, very good. We've taken care of that. Then we have four, and I'll call people in the order in which I received the cards. First up, Bob Daddy.
Well, it's nice to see some of you again. As far as the parking goes, within a block, we have 93 spaces at the tennis. And so taking a look at that other lot, and trying to do that within one block. We routinely give businesses waivers for parking where Roti doesn't have, well, it has one. The Duchess has 0. Rory's has 0. Marchand has 0. The Playhouse has 0. So we routinely say if we have a public parking area there, then we're going to allow them to use that. So I would hope that you wouldn't condition any more parking. 93 spaces. I was there with my granddaughter Mother's Day at noon when we had a lot of people in town. 58 empty parking places. So, people are going to tell you it's impacted. I went to Agave the other night. We just parked maybe 50 feet further down the road. It's not that bad. Bill, it's probably going to take issue what I'm about to say. Cal Fire and the Forest Department and the insurance companies really don't like native plants. They're combustible, they flash over, they turn to weeds, we have drought, they're not sustainable. Forest Service has had for 20 years a program of trying to get people to replace this native with succulents. It's the best of all worlds, doesn't take any water, they last, they're pretty much drought tolerant, and they're certainly incombustible, and they provide a barrier. I would hope that you would think about something like that. I'm not sure what you think about the solar, but the amount of foliage on that, and especially the amount of foliage on the front, the trees, I can see where there's going to be a big removal. I work with somebody with a nonprofit that wanted to buy that and put a parking lot in there and then donate it to the city. When we started taking a look, and Mr. Harvey, of course, it was going to include the first lot. Didn't want those trees down, and so that thing went south, just because so much foliage solar is going to get to be an issue. And I don't know how good it's going to be. And then this project is on the east side, and so you're going to have the shadows, and so that's something that I would hope that they wouldn't have much of an issue on. As far as the setbacks, you have that Edison project on two sides. There's nothing there but a chain link fence and yards and yards and yards before you get to any electrical
All
structure.
the gravel, yep.
And so I would hope that that would not become an issue, because it's not a problem. It has absolutely nothing to do with separation of fire division. It's not a safety issue at all. So I would hope that that wouldn't be considered. The other thing is, when I got here about 3 decades ago, we had a quota on, we're going to only build 8 houses a year. And we're going to store all the extra ones that we don't build. And we're going to have this great big bunch. I don't know what for. But I would hope now, more than ever, that we would start thinking about using all the tools that are available to make these things. I look at these numbers up here, and they're horrible. I take a look at these numbers, and it says, well, somebody making $83,000 can only have to pay, $18,000. How about somebody making $30,000? How about somebody making $40,000? They're not getting a pro rata off of that $1,800 a month. They're going to have to pay the full gun. And when you look at that and say, well, it's 2.5%, it's not really, because 2.5% on 12 months is 30%. If you're making 107, paying $30,000 a year, you're really close to 30%. Right? That doesn't leave you even credit worthiness to buy a car. Okay? So I would hope we will take local builders and allow them to do their best to add to the community, because we really now more than ever need the housing. You may not be aware of it. I am, because we've had a lot of people approach us. During the COVID times, we had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people move here to get out of the tear gas and the problems in Santa Monica and the other areas, because this was safe. So we're more impacted than ever. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. A question for staff. I do not recall the details of 10.2.12. I think that's the landscaping standards. Do they require native plants? Do they require drought tolerant? I think the answer to that one is yes. But should we be considering, not in this case, but in the future, looking at the requirements for landscaping? I mean, as people that have been around here a while or read about historical times here, fires, ground fires of low plants are a natural thing around here. They were. Everything burns off, and then the trees drop their seeds, and you get new growth. And we can't stop that, but the native plants are more of a fire hazard, I would contend, than a lot of other things. And I don't know exactly where the code falls right now.
I also wonder if succulents could be considered native. I mean, I have no idea. Maybe Bill does. Yes? Good.
So This year, the state of California has issued new fire code for building. It's it's quite restrictive, and we have to conform to that. And this drawing that you're seeing right now probably doesn't conform to that new restrictive fire code. And it speaks about plant material within different zones from a structure. And within 10 feet of a structure, no plants over 12 inches in height. So, you know, as landscape architects and people who are in the industry, we used to do foundation planting, all this planting up against houses. That's gone. You're not going to see that anymore. Those are state requirements. And Bob Daddy would speak to the insurance companies.
The fire hazard aspect.
Yeah, they are following new California wildfire code and enforcing it. And that's why I'm an arborist also. We're writing tree reports for removal of trees and trimming of trees in close proximity to structures, because the insurance companies will not underwrite insurance now for homes with that. So,
When you come back with your final landscaping plan,
and
then
it's
the city will be considering it in terms of the new rules.
correct.
Yeah, okay.
And succulents?
And succulents, we use a lot of succulents now. But natives, some natives are, there's a list that the state puts out of plant material that is not allowed within certain areas of the landscape.
Okay.
Where do you
Good.
find that?
Oh gosh, I can't say it off the top of my head, but
No, the-
Cal Fire. If you
Cal-
looked at Cal Fire site,
Okay.
there'll be a list there.
Very good. Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
All right, Bill Miley?
Good evening. Hello. I am well aware of this proposed affordable housing project. I've been involved for the last 3 or 4 years, so I know this particular issue. I fully support it. I have read the development proposal several times, including the administrative report. I'm impressed with the 100% affordable plan, as it's based on developers' financial arrangements without including state bond or tax credit support. Very unusual. I am aware most of the older bungalows at Mallory Way Settlement are studios. Thus, having these new units as studios in design and size fits the pattern, provided needed housing. The developer's indication of offering incentives for non-vehicle tenants is very positive for mitigating vehicle numbers. My personal preference is to provide shade for parked vehicles because, boy, do they get hot in the summertime. But that's only my personal comments. Attaching solar panels to such covers would certainly be an energy enhancement. Then I realized that they already have solar built into this project. But I'd like to consider maybe covering the cars too. Maybe even with just shade coverings, shade sails. I am impressed by the Becker Group flexibility in bringing this 15-unit affordable project to its development readiness. A lot of barriers, a lot of stumbles, a lot of barriers. So I fully support its approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Pat Tumamayat?
Good evening. My name is Patrick Tubamite. I'm a local resident. I'm part of the native Chumash community here in the Ojai Valley. I want to thank Mr. Quillisi and commissioners and the others for allowing me to speak tonight. This project, I don't know if the new commissioners are aware of Montgomery Street and the archaeological resources that are there. And it still really probably exists, because I know of other areas just south of the property that still contain and have artifacts on site. They were never touched. They were still left there in place because they were not part of the Los Arboles project. Now, if you're not familiar with the Los Arboles project, that was one incredible archaeological site that was removed from that area.
That's the townhouses on the west side of
Yes,
Montgomery? Okay.
yes. And that whole area encompasses the creek as well. Here next to Libby Park, the whole works. I mean, it's very big. Like I say, on the south side of the tracks, there's artifacts still there. They were left in place. That particular site was 7,000 to 10,000 years old, okay? And there was thousands of artifacts there. Now, the reason why it went about and how it all was accomplished, that it went to court 3 times, and they won judgment to build that place. I couldn't stop it. Me alone, I was fighting it, but I couldn't stop it. So I ended up being the archaeological monitor for that project. We involved an archaeological company to be involved with it, with the project itself as well. But the thing is that there's still site there, and the resources are still intact. Even though that property may have been impacted by some kind of house that was probably a raised foundation, it didn't really impact the soil or that area at all. What's probably left is 90% of the property still intact, because when you do a raised foundation, it's just pillars that hold the house up. So pretty much all of that area is, intact. My deal is that this whole project didn't really address cultural resources, to start with. And that's my thing. That has to be looked into. Now, the offer was made, or the suggestion was made, to put a monitor out there. Putting a monitor does not solve the situation. My suggestion is it should go through what they call a phase 1, which may include an extensive phase 1. Extensive phase 1 is some testing. And just putting a Native American monitor out there, you're pulling the cart before the horse. Because more than likely, the extensive phase 1 will prove that there's stuff there, which will end up going into a phase 2. And that's the whole thing. It amounts to cost. It's effective cost for the project. So, and I know everybody's trying to save $1, but like I say, just putting a Native American monitor out there doesn't really suffice what should be done. It's not in the protocol of what you're trying to save and trying to preserve as far as the archaeological resources that are there. So my suggestion is you follow up with an extensive phase 1 and have a Native American monitor on site and proceed if that's what's going to happen. So I want to thank each and every one of you for listening to me tonight.
Thank
If you have any
I
questions.
did notice that condition of approval number 17 had to do with discovery of artifacts and what to do in that
Right.
case. I thought there was a, what'd you call it, a PAA?
Pa.
Well, there is a PAW that you do
Phase
before-
1?
that you would do before the phase 1, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because then that triggers
Has that
whether or
been
not a
done
phase
here?
1. No, not yet.
And
Do we,
And that
do
would
we
be
need-
that would be a part of the process. There is no condition. That's just a required part of the process, the PAW.
Yeah.
However, the phase 1 is what comes after the PAW, where there's the recommendation on whether or not to do
So
a phase
a
1.
PA may generate the need for a phase 1, but neither belongs in the conditions of approval?
Correct. Because
It will happen automatically?
It is something that's done before we issue building permits.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, and the PAW is important, of course. The phase 1's important. You do a walk survey, but right now, if you do a walk survey, you'll be walking through weeds up to your knees. You can't see anything. So you only have 10% visibility to the ground. The same thing happened with Los Arboles. They did the walk survey with weeds this high. I waited a week for them to cut it down. They cut it down. I went out there and I found 4 artifacts sitting right on the ground. So that's how it all got started. But right now, you can't do that unless it's cleared and cleaned to really do even a pedestrian, what they call a pedestrian survey, to kind of give you inkling that there's stuff there or not there. So it boils down to a lot, especially in this sensitive particular situation.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Gail?
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? I live on South Montgomery, 309. I just have, I think everybody's done a great job working on this plan. I know a lot's gone into it, but I just have a,
309's in the Los Arboles project?
I'm sorry?
Is 309 one of the Los Arboles?
No, I'm right on the
Oh,
south
just
part, side.
south of it. Okay.
Yeah. I'm in one of the little houses.
The one with the ADU in the front yard?
ADU in the front yard.
No, okay.
No.
Go ahead.
Oh, that's on the other side.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on the west side. So I just have some suggestions. Exterior color could maybe blend in more, and I see colors open, so we're looking at maybe something more wood-colored. Permeable parking lot, is that part of what's going to happen, or? The other thought is about the street-facing patios. I'm concerned that they could look kind of messy. So I don't know if there's any such thing as standard issue patio furniture.
A couple that show chairs in front, I see.
Yeah, and then is there a way to disallow storage on the patio areas, that sort of thing?
Disallow what?
Storage.
That's a question for staff.
Yeah, no, not on that one. The
And
city's
I-
power doesn't extend that far. An HOA could if an HOA was enforced. HOAs can adopt those kinds of pure aesthetic regulations, but for a 100% affordable housing project, the city's power doesn't extend that far.
Okay, well, that could be a problem because it's right out on the street there with nothing in front of it. So that's just a note. I don't know if gray water can be done in affordable housing.
So the city doesn't currently require gray water. Certainly, the stormwater management piece will have to look at assessing some part of the landscaping outflow. But a classic gray water, sinks to landscaping. That system is not currently required by the city. And so absent a policy directive that would apply to all these kinds of projects, we wouldn't be able to enforce that in this case.
Right, not enforced, but they could do it.
The developer could choose to do it, yes. What
Yeah.
I was answering is we can't force it.
Yeah,
Can't
okay.
force it, but I would say that it could be asked of. I know a lot of these projects that are coming up right now, they're looking at innovative and kind of creative ideas. It's built into the plumbing code
Yeah.
currently, but the reality is that it becomes a cost piece at that point. But it's always something, I think, even with projects of this size, we ask the question. It was the same question that we asked of previous projects that were 100% affordable. But to the point of what Matt, the city attorney, was just saying, can't be required, but we can certainly ask.
Yeah. Can I continue? I just have a couple more. I just wanted to commend Jeff on the bicycle idea, which I think could be really useful here because the traffic's so bad. And on the traffic side, this would be, I guess, more of a city thing, but I think to mitigate all these extra cars that are going to be in this one spot that's right near the bike path, right near the entrance to the parking lot. It's just a crazy, crazy area. So the more bike people there, the better. But also, if we could put bike lanes on South Montgomery and just, quiet that street down, put a stop sign at Willow, maybe some speed bumps by the bike path, and just change the whole dynamic of that street, then this project won't have such a huge impact. It won't matter so much.
And those sound like good ideas. They're a matter for Public Works and the City Council to decide.
Right. So anyway, that's my issue with that project. I think it's a great project, but the traffic is, wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else here present or out in television land who wishes to speak on this item?
I have two hands raised.
Two hands, please then put them up.
One of them's up.
Oh, yes. Mr. Wyrick, please go ahead, sir. I can't tell if you're muted. I see your hand raised. You're on if you wish to speak.
His mic's not working.
Well, let's,
Maybe take the next speaker and go
yeah,
back.
let's go to the second one and see what happens with the first one later.
Teal Row.
Teal Row, please go ahead.
Microphone issues too.
Is this on our end?
Nope.
The voice of God said no. Oh, this is frustrating.
The folks on, can they call or try the third?
We got another one.
We even have,
Third one, okay.
That's the three with their hands raised.
well, let's take the third one then, see if that connection works. And we'll hold off on Teal Row. Please go ahead, ma'am.
I bet it's something on our end.
Well, I have to apologize to the people in the waiting room. It looks to me like there's a problem on the city end because you're all in different places and none of you can speak.
One of them should go through.
Do we have staff from James?
I'll promote them to a panelist and they'll have to call in.
They can call in if we put up the phone number.
Hold on, we put. Sherry, can you do him as a panelist?
I did.
Still not working.
Zoom, you can call into Zoom audio, right?
Okay, one of them's coming in again. Hold on.
There's a fourth one, Dawn Teeting. I think I know what that's gonna be about, and Mr. Tumamayat brought it up also. You said a PA is specified in the code, but a phase one is not? Because it depends on the results of the PA.
The PAW then makes a determination on whether or not phase one is required.
Okay.
Right, so
What
that's
does
the first
PAWS
step.
stand for?
Preliminary archaeological assessment,
Assessment.
I
Correct.
think, yeah.
Is it worth taking a break for a few minutes?
Well,
Sure.
yeah,
Let's take a 5-minute break and get this sorted.
okay.
There's three.
Let's sort out our electronics here. We've got 4 people who want to talk and can't. Okay? Hold up. No. A plan development.
Everything's correct.
Everything's working?
Yep.
Well, it's just weird that it's all three. So
I
let's give,
know,
let's
but
give
I-
Ron a call.
Approve a design review permit.
They're all,
You can only recommend on each.
It's weird. Hans the magic maker.
I promoted them all. There he is. It's him.
There, is he able to talk? Allowed to talk? Oh, that's Sandy.
Other people. Now Julie wants to add her in. I've allowed them all.
Bill?
Hey, James. What's going on? Are you sitting at home watching the video? Or no?
Oh, we now have 5.
More people.
At home?
Who'da thunk?
Yeah, we're having troubles with people on Zoom trying to get their microphones to work. I'm not really sure what's going on. It feels like it's on our end because we just tried to do three people, and all three of them were not able to speak. So I don't. Well, I mean, it's the microphone on the right-hand side appears to be toggling up and down, but it's not. We're not getting any volume that's coming through.
And I promoted them over to panelists.
On the soundboard, the one that says computer, make sure it's up.
How you feeling?
Is the soundboard on computer? Is that the one that's facing her?
So all those dials, the one that says computer, make sure it's approximately equal to all the others.
Is that it?
That one. It said it at 4.
I didn't get sleep. I woke up at like.
So it's on the board? Is that what we're
On
talking?
the soundboard.
On the soundboard that says
soundboard
computer?
is where all the volumes are.
Yeah, to the right of it is like wireless. Yeah, I see that one.
Yeah.
Approximately equal to all the others.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, make sure that the computer is not muted.
Okay. Is there supposed to be is that light right directly above it?
I have
supposed
to
be
admit,
on?
I don't hear it. When we remodeled, we put double pane windows in,
Okay, that's what
and
it'll
we
look
don't hear it.
How
Well,
do
maybe we
check
just
that the
older
computer's
ears.
not muted?
No, maybe you got great insulation. I don't know.
You should look in the,
Is that supposed to
hit
be unmuted?
escape and look over next to the clock and make sure it's not muted.
No, I think what he means.
Sure.
Ojai City supposed to be, that's supposed to be unmuted?
I'm trying to get it to happen.
Well, yeah, most of the launches in Vandenberg go straight south,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
so they're not far off the coast. The rules of physics and the orbital mechanics say if you want to put something in equatorial orbit or close to it, and GPS, for example, is inclined, but it's still more equatorial than it is polar, then you're going to
We already
launch
did.
from somewhere
We already
like
did.
Florida
I understand
or
what
South
happened, but we already
Texas,
did.
so that you have a few thousand miles of open water if there's
So
a
you trying
problem.
to take control here, Han?
When you do a polar orbit, which
It
there
doesn't
are a
look
number,
like.
there's one particular satellite that I worked on. It goes like this, and the Earth keeps turning under it, so it eventually covers everything on Earth in a single polar orbit. But all of those are launched from Vandenberg. They're launched to the south because there's 10 or 12,000 miles of open water, and then Antarctica.
The computer has to work.
California checks out, south facing.
Oh, so the Colin.
Our country is shaped like this, and then most of South America is east of most of the United States.
I didn't know that.
Oh, we had the same problem for HBC.
The western.
We did, and you guys didn't tell us?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Pretty close, yeah. It's pretty much due north from there through
There wasn't
Northern
that would be a
California,
great
Oregon, and Washington.
Reason for shooting it over water
Good
is
now?
in case
Try
of
to
a
have.
device
Let's try to do.
If there's a problem, you just put it in the water.
Right.
You don't put it on somebody's house.
I understand.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, they're putting
Yes, and they're,
Which computer?
the ones that they put up in equatorial orbit, they launch from Texas. So it goes
Okay, so we're on meeting, we can do a
southeast,
test and
across the
see if it
Caribbean,
works here.
Ask
and then
Barbara.
across the Atlantic.
Alright, yeah, let's have Bill be the test. We go back to the.
Bill, will you try talking again? Bill Wyrick?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, I think we can.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm talking
I
now.
think we can,
We can hear you now.
Okay. Great. All the people online, we've just been talking with each other,
we're hearing Bill Wyrick.
He was our test.
He was the test.
Oh, good.
Where's Judy? Okay. Judy, Judy, we're back on the record.
Okay. So, Bill, were you going first?
I guess so. That's up to the chair.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, please go ahead, Bill.
I apologize for not being there tonight. This is an important step forward for us in our community. I've lived too long in Ojai to want to do the 405 and the 101 during rush hour, so I just, stayed away.
Better you than me.
I also want to add the accolades of the staff report. As a former city council person, Sarah, I was really pleased with that slide presentation, the way you, worked with everybody in the department to collapse a lot of information that's fairly complicated into pretty digestible and clear form. So that was great. I appreciated also I haven't heard the word whilst in government parlance for some time. That was thrilling. Anyway, so thank you, Sarah. I also wanted to, give a little bit of history and why I support this project so much. If you recall, Councilman Haney and myself sort of led the effort for years to get the city actively engaged in having our RENA numbers put into attainable levels. Recall that it used to be several hundred. It was because we had the older city councils just didn't want to deal or engage with the process. And so we got stuck with these really excessively high default RENA numbers that were just impossible to meet. And it was very important to get them down to something attainable so we maintain local discretion over our planning processes. And so here it's just wonderful to see that with the number that we got down to 53, something reasonable, and we have a project here by a responsible developer without outside government funding, that is, I would say, arguably well within the character of Ojai, and an important part of getting us to our 53 and not being put under this, yoke of what the Housing Accountability Act puts on you if you're not performing. So I think it's extremely important that we understand, and everybody understands, how important step 7 in the staff report, item number 1 on page 8, that you're under the Housing Accountability Act where you're losing local discretion. Unless you can make written findings based upon a preponderance of the evidence on the record as to one of the following, and one of them has adopted a housing element and has met or exceeded its share of the regional housing need allocation. So as Sarah's report so well put forward, this is exactly the kind of project we need to be approving. And I think it's really important that you have something like, from local people with a Ojai character compatible design to approve that gets us into those RENA numbers. And I just really think it's important to approve this project. And then my only suggestion is that if we're going to have that incentive to have people, just a suggestion to the Becker Group, consider adding enough outlets in the secure bike storage area for charging electric bicycles, which a lot of people, especially older people like myself, find a much better substitute for cars than a human-powered only bicycle, especially in a hilly area like Ojai. So I just think that that's just one little pretty cost-effective thing that might add to the incentive to not have a car. So again, I urge approval of this thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Sherry, who's up next?
Let's do Dawn.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, commissioners. And I'm, as you can imagine, here to talk about cultural resources. I wanted to echo Pat's concern on the project and request a phase 1 archaeological study with subsurface testing, as well as a condition of approval for monitoring by an archaeologist and a Chumash monitor during earth disturbing activities. By way of background, the PAW that everyone has mentioned is under City of Ojai Resolution number 18-13, which acknowledges that the city is an archaeologically sensitive area with known sites. For this project, based on its location and the permit type, it actually would require either a phase 1 or what's known as a CRIS quick check through the state information system. Unfortunately, that information center is a bit backlogged, and the results most likely would point to a phase one for this study with subsurface investigation. And so in the interest of time, I would recommend requiring the phase one as well as conditions of approval for monitoring by both the archaeologist and a Chumash monitor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Teal Rowe.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Quillicky and commissioners. Mr. Quillicky, I commend you for talking about the water and the load on infrastructure. I think that's really important. I'm glad that you brought it up. I echo what Pat and Dawn just said about cultural resources. I also am very concerned about the trees and taking out 11 oak trees. I know that I'm looking at the Ojai ordinance for trees, and it is section 411.03, talking about oak trees, any single trunk tree greater than 8 inches in diameter as measured 4 1/2 feet above the root crown. And it goes on. So I ask that you honor your own tree ordinance with this, looking at this. And also about the traffic, just personally, and I don't know the commissioner's name who said it's almost impossible to take a left from South Montgomery onto Main. It's almost impossible to take a right onto Main from South Montgomery on Friday afternoons because I'm a regular there and I go other ways now. So I'm also wanting to commend the Ojai Trees nonprofit organization that is digging holes one at a time and planting trees one at a time. So I please, Mr. Becker and crew, can you please not take out any trees? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Julie Tumamite.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry I can't be there. Thank you, Pat, for being there. You know, I've worked with a Becker group before. They are local and we are so desperate for housing. I mean, seeing some of those numbers and the cost, I mean, they're lower than what someone pays for a 1 bedroom in a shared house. The traffic issue, again, people having to come into Ojai to work, regardless of what type of work they're doing, they're needed here. So I don't know when that's going to, change if we don't get rent control, or I don't know, the world's changing. But on the cultural resource end, it took us 3.5 years to get that resolution put in place. And it was 47 years that the general plan was written that stated what Dawn had said. So with that being said, again, it's important for us as Native peoples to realize and let you guys all know that we get it. Things need to be built, but there are, those things that we've put in place. So again, the city is in the village. It's not the other way around. And so when we come across our sacred places, our living spaces, our cemeteries, we don't know where they are. So the importance of having that and going at this project, since we know where we are, to go straight to that phase one, an extended phase one, to get and filter the archaeologists who are doing the work, because our experience, Pat and I have nearly 40 years of experience here in the valley and elsewhere in our territory to know what happens in government on construction sites. And we are passionate about teaching. We are passionate about the sacredness of Ojai and what it means. But if you're not passionate about helping us protect it, then we're in a landlock here. So, I know you'll do the right thing. But, again, I'm 3 schools have been closed down. We have to do something in Ventura County to bring families back. And again, we're way behind in our affordable housing. and the last affordable housings that have went in were not really that affordable. And now with prices, everything costs. So I'm hoping that this will benefit families and people who really, really need it. So I thank you for all the work that has been done here. And that was a wonderful opening of the explanation of all that. So thank you. Thank you for all you're doing here. And I don't live in the city limits, so I can't vote on anything, but I'm always here, you know, and this is our hometown. We've grown up here. And like Pat said, only through archaeology and scientific terms do we see the 7 to 9, 10,000 years old of occupation. In reality, just recently, the numbers have gone up to 19,000 years of occupation in North America, meaning our islands, our mainlands. So, you know, this history that we have connected here, we want to see our native plants. Now, I would revisit that idea of that native plants. Most native plants kind of do disappear and go into the ground. I want the native plants because it helps our environment. We're only two-leggeds here. We need to have those native plants here so that the other beings can be happy, can thrive. Our birds will be happy. And yes, be fire safe, be fire wise, be fire smart. And I'm sorry about the trees. I hope there can be another way. The elms, they used to get on our plumbing on Fox Street. They're non-native, they can go. But anyway, thank you so much. I'll end right there.
Thank you, Julie. Anyone else with a hand raised out there, Sherry?
No.
Okay. Then we'll close the public communications portion of this public hearing and come back to the commission for discussion and deliberation. I do have, well, first of all, let's talk about that, and then we'll talk about the resolution itself. Thoughts? Judy?
Let me pass
Okay.
it to John and
Jamie?
come back.
I think this is a textbook example of how complicated it is to build anything today. And I admire the tenacity of the developers in this instance of bobbing and weaving as has been required to build this project. I think there's a great need for it, although I'm mindful of the traffic impacts and the water impacts. But having said that, having people who live in the town, who work in the town, and I would see most of this as being workforce housing. This is not a community where you're actually going to raise children, most likely, because of the very small footprint. of
Not
each
this
one of these.
particular parcel,
No,
yeah.
This parcel. And as a result, I think, you know, I would hope that a lot of the people who live there are going to use bicycles and walk, and that adding to the density and population size in a walkable manner to the town is, I think, a laudable thing. So I'm enthusiastic about the project and hope that yeah, there are a lot of issues still facing the developer in terms of the cost of infrastructure and other things. But I hope that you make it through all the hurdles that are in front of you besides this one.
John?
Yeah, I mean, I echo Commissioner Bennett's comments. I think you know, Lucas said something earlier. He said, you know, what's the benefit to Ojai? And that's what I'm trying to really wrap my head around, is what our community needs and what this project's gonna bring. I'd like to see it with the other projects to understand what those are gonna bring collectively. Because as I look at this, I know we have plenty of ADUs that fit that moderate income requirement for our housing development. We also have, you know, we need that low income, you know, and I'd like to see where those are placed. Because I believe with this project, we might get three 3 low income, I believe.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, so 3 low income, so the rest are moderate, which we don't really need more of. And then I'm trying to wrap my head around, well, who are these gonna be for? You know, at $100,000, who makes $100,000 that lives within the city of Ojai, that is probably single without a family? I don't know. I don't know if we have a whole lot of industry around here with that sort of income level. Maybe teachers, I don't know. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around the density and whether or not, you know, we need an additional 12 moderate income houses.
I think we do. I agree with what Jamie said. I think that this project is long overdue, and it's not 100,000, it's up to 100,000. So you could have a teacher that's 60 or whatever.
But the rent is gonna stay the same. The rent would be the 3,000.
Yeah.
The rent is a function of the person's income. So
Right, it's
if somebody
30.
comes in at 60 or 70, it's up to, and then there's usually a lottery process to determine it with the first preference requirements as part of the city's code. So if somebody comes in under, then their rent is a function of that.
Okay.
So the landlord
That decision.
is monitoring the income of the tenants and charging rent accordingly? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's governed through an affordable housing agreement that will be entered into if approved between the city and the developer. And often we'll have the county housing authority, AHA, take a look at that compliance on an annual basis, but if not, then the city can do it. And the affordable housing agreement reflects those officials.
Bless you. Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank
To ensure the annual confirmation that they're not being charged more than the applicable levels.
Having spoken with real estate agents, I'm confident that these projects are going to be filled, and there'll probably be waiting lists for them. There's a desperate need for a reasonable priced dwelling unit in this town. So I hope that this works and that the other projects coming forward are going to be adding to the availability of affordable units. Don't forget, a lot of the people who are already here in Mallory and the cottages are going to be disrupted
Right.
and are going
at
to
this-
need housing, so
Price point?
probably.
Okay.
We don't know those numbers.
We don't know, but I don't think a developer is going to put decades, may I say, of effort into this without knowing pretty much what's going to happen when he opens
Where's
his
your
doors.
audience? Yeah.
No, I understand, and I know it's a balancing act with the developer and how the numbers all work out. You know, making anything affordable is very difficult, specifically without, you know, government funding. So
Right.
I totally understand that, and I know that's probably a need for the additional density. My concerns are obviously with we already have traffic issues. I can see the hotel going in, that's gonna increase traffic issues. You know, we've got the issue on Highway 150 where people have to go in through Ojai now. So that's one road out of town that's closed. If we have another fire, which we probably will eventually, you know, our roads can get closed pretty quick. And it's just putting more people in this valley just is difficult to,
Yeah.
you know, we just need to make sure that it's right and it's what the community really wants.
Our population has not increased for years.
True.
So, you know, same roads, same level of population. We do seem to get more visitors, and that is jamming up
Yeah.
the weekend
Definitely
traffic
is.
scene.
Yep.
And
But
I will note that we have built quite a few ADUs since that last census. So I'm sure we're.
How
gonna see
many
a problem.
ADUs, Lucas? 50?
Well, how many have we built and how many have magically appeared that were already there?
Through the compliance program?
Yes.
Yes.
So, you know, every year, so census came out in 2020, right? So we won't see another census until 2030. So we're looking at a stock of 3, I wouldn't say 4 at this point, but 3, certainly 3 years. On average, we're seeing about 20 to 25 ADUs that are coming online. Now, of those, roughly 30% of those are compliance units, meaning ones that were already occupied, which are then coming online.
Okay.
Yeah. And just to be fair, and I think everybody probably agrees with this statement, but I'm not sure how much stock it has anymore. I keep hearing a number of 500 compliance unit ADUs that are out there. And that number started potential.
Yeah.
Then that number started when I started here in 2019. If we take that number and we start whittling it down, it's probably more in the 400 range. I have no data to prove that the 500 actually exists, but they keep coming forward. So clearly there are ones out there, and there continue to be. So.
And the other thing is we don't have data on what number of those ADUs are rented, what number are used as additional housing by the people who own the main home, what number of them are rented out separate, both where the main home and the ADU are both rented, and what number of them are additional space for the main family. We don't know those numbers.
Just, yeah, grandma when she comes to visit, kind of thing.
Or the kid back home from college.
Yeah, right.
Or the pandemic college that never was quite at college.
Got one of those.
Tough couple of years there for everybody. Okay? I would like to say, I think, well, a smart person said to me some years ago, in general, people that live in Ojai can't afford to work in Ojai, and so they drive out of town to work. And people that work in Ojai can't afford to live in Ojai, so they drive into town to work. There's an awful lot of traffic up and down the 33.
Yes.
And I think that at least absent individuals' personal choices, to the contrary, I want to stay wherever my family is and it's somewhere else, that we're going to see with projects of this sort, I think, a net reduction in traffic in the city because people that are working here are not going to be driving into town.
Right. I know that Santa Barbara has the same sort of problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know. It would be interesting to see if if some of their developments have impacted their traffic that they have going into Santa Barbara. Because if you try going up the 101 to Santa Barbara, good luck.
Hey, from here, from my house, which is close by here, it's a reliable half hour to get to Carpinteria over Casitas Pass. From there, it's a roll of the dice to how long it takes to get to Santa Barbara.
Yeah. Yeah, they have the same problem. The people that work there can't afford to live there, so they live out of town.
Yeah.
And the people that do live there can't afford to work there, so they work.
But this is all great, but guys, that's not our decision.
No,
To make.
no. The decision is on this project.
I'm just telling you, yeah, we're just having a discussion.
We're
I think-
moaning about traffic, and I agree with you. I don't go downtown on weekends. But,
I walk, but
well, there you go. Good for you. Anyway, I mean, that's not what we're deciding here.
No.
And we can't lay it on a developer either. And the state law is pretty clear about all of this traffic
Right.
stuff, so.
Yep.
Shall we?
anyway, I like the project. I think it not only provides housing, but it'll reduce traffic. My personal feeling is it'll reduce traffic in town. I do have some corrections I would suggest to the resolution.
Well, I have two also.
You have two? Okay.
Little ones.
Well,
The kind they like.
maybe,
The kind they like.
maybe we'll overlap some.
Maybe.
Why don't you go ahead?
Page 3.
Page 3,
One,
okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6th paragraph, bottom line. It should be sunset, not subset.
I missed that one. Very good.
All right. How about,
Sunset to
how about the
sunset.
next page? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5th paragraph.
For those in the audience,
Sorry.
we're talking to an English teacher here. Or we're hearing from an English teacher.
Okay, in the fifth paragraph, second line, that should say overhang, I think, not overhand.
Right? I got that one, okay.
You got that one, okay. Well, I had to get in before you corrected
That's
it.
4B. And where'd it go? 4B, paragraph 4, line 2, right, yep. Overhand should be overhang.
That's it for me.
Okay, well, good, I have 2 others.
And I have a quick question for staff whenever
Oh,
we get them on.
okay. On page 2, this is attachment A, page 2, section 3, line 1. It says, we recommend approval, well, first of all, it says, we recommend approval of the DRP and the PDP. I thought the planning commission could approve the DRP and recommend approval of the PDP. Is that correct, or am I missing something here?
Okay, so fundamentally, what you're talking about is accurate. However, we're looking at a sum of a whole project. If we only take the PDP forward, we're only talking about the density. And really, this whole project is moving forward to Planning Commission. It's no different than a project that we saw a few months ago, where instead of only taking one small part of it, the whole project went forward as a recommendation to City Council. So that's what we're recommending here as well. So we're not piecing it in terms of only a piece going, but in terms of the whole project moving forward. And that would be the DRP as well as the PDP.
Okay.
What were you talking about in terms of the fundamental piece, in terms of moving
It
forward?
has to go to city council for final approval in any case.
Correct.
Okay. All right. The other one is on page 3, condition of approval 3A. I was floored by this one. I don't recall and I'm on the commission almost 8 years now. I have never seen language at all, much less in this depth,
About
protecting bats. Is this a new state law? Or are we gonna see this on every project from now on?
I
I don't care which answer you give, but I'm really curious.
Right. How do I answer this? There's a biological assessment report that was done. And that was done a couple years ago. Now, what triggered that?
Where? For this parcel?
For this
you mean?
parcel. What triggered it was the fact that it was vacant, and coupled with the fact that there were several trees on site. Trees on site that more than likely were going to be harboring some sort of animal. So, in doing that, our hindsight at that point, and the developer was agreeable to it, is to have a biological assessment report done. And what came from
more
that,
than just bats, though.
well, it covers what we were really looking to address at that point, and it ended up being more than that, was the tree situation. We wanted to understand kind of the logic behind the tree piece, and the biological assessment is a way in which you can address that. The tiering from that ended up being the bat situation, and then from that,
There are bats in those trees?
there is the potential for bats within those trees. So there has to be a site assessment by a professional to go out and make sure.
Okay.
And it's a state and federal regulation. So it's both at the state level and the federal level.
So should we expect to see this kind of language going forward on all
For
development?
vacant lots of this nature, yes.
Okay.
You didn't see that for a project that we saw a few months ago because it was a vacant lot but did not have that type of potential.
You're talking about
from
the
nature,
lot on
from a
Bryant
nature
Street.
standpoint. Correct.
Okay.
Right, that didn't have anything that justified this level of biological condition. That was a highly disturbed grassland site, as opposed to here where you've got significant tree canopy that creates that potential roosting habitat.
So we're back, no offense, to one of, I know, Matt's favorite phrases, it depends.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay.
It was, and I would say depending from a site assessment standpoint, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah. Okay, I did have one other question, and this goes back to what Pat had to say about difficulties with the PA at another site in the area. Is it, since a PA is going to be part of the zone clearance or some other standard process of the city, can it be that the requirement for the PA also specify that any weeds be not abated, I don't mean killed, but at least mowed down to where you can see the ground as you walk around? Is that a condition that the city can put on its requirement for a PA? Because it sounds like, and I know there's a lot of weeds in this property right now too, it sounds like without something that conditions what you can see on the ground as you do a PA, the PA may be worthwhile or worth less.
Well, I'll stop and not necessarily answer that question, but answer it through another lens. Every year, this city goes through weed abatement, and
Sure.
we are on the forefront.
June
of going
1st, you have to
through-
have
of going-
abated, right?
Right. June 1st is fire's requirement, but we start sending out letters.
Things are usually brown and dry by
Well,
then.
yeah, well in advance of that, where we kind of gauge the last. I think April 1st is typically when we start sending out those letters as a reminder, and then they just keep coming to those properties that we've identified. The applicant knows that and is very well aware of it. So I could see, even without addressing that through a PA, it's going to be addressed regardless. And that's through the weed abatement process, through code compliance.
Then we have a timing issue of when does the PA occur relative to the weed abatement occurring.
Right.
I'm just concerned that we do
I think
this
the weed
right.
abatement would certainly be happening before we would even be addressing the PA situation. So I think if we're looking at, someone had mentioned the cart before the horse, really the weed abatement from that standpoint would be taking place first.
By the time the landscaper takes down all the trees and bushes and stuff, half of the weed abatement will be done. I mean, it should be simple at that point to just run a mower.
When does the PA still happens before the building permit, though?
Correct.
Before the grading permit?
Correct. Before any of those permits are issued.
Before any ground disturbance.
Correct.
Wouldn't you start by taking out the trees?
Not until you have a permit to do it.
Well, permit, and then wouldn't your first step be trees? No? No. Not necessarily, they say.
I just
Okay.
I want to make sure that the legitimate concerns here are addressed in doing, let's call it a real PA instead of a sort of PA.
So maybe jump in here with a key point. The PAW is a records search. The Chris check and the PAW are both a records search. They are a desktop
As opposed
exercise.
to the pedestrian survey.
A pedestrian survey is part of a phase one. So those are two different sets of requirements.
Okay, yes, I remember.
Necessarily part
The PA's a paper chase.
Right. The PAW and the Chris check, the quick check that is through Chris, are both record searches. So the PAW will be done as Lucas noted is already required. If the outcome of the PAW is, for lack of a better word, a hit that it's a hot site, then
A requirement for a phase one.
phase
yeah.
one would be required from there. I'm not sure we have enough data to require a phase one now, but one would be required through that process. I'll also note that if the outcome of the PAW doesn't dictate a phase one, condition 17 still requires, in the course of any work being done, if any archaeological resources are unearthed during construction, then the work must be stopped, and an archaeologist and a Native American Chumash consultant assess the situation and go from there.
And do we have a condition of a Chumash monitor in there for this?
I didn't see it in 17.
It's not a requirement at the moment.
Is it something that could be?
It's something that could be.
If there's
with
a
agreement
phase
from-
one, then
from
you
the
get a
applicant.
monitor.
Or they follow through the PAW process, and the PAW process then identifies what the recommendation is moving forward, which could be a phase one, monitoring, or nothing.
Right. Got it.
Okay.
So for this, I would, now granted that PAW isn't here as a condition because it's already a standard
Yeah.
of our process.
Right.
If the commission, if there's a comfort level for adding it, it's a matter of a check. It's something that we already do. If you want to add it as a condition of approval, it's not something that would be.
If it's already part of the code and it's going to be done in any case, I don't see that we need to add it to the conditions of approval, because it's going to be done.
Well, only, well,
But-
I just want to make sure.
But I want to make sure that it's done in a way that's effective.
Yeah.
And I don't know how we word that or modify the conditions of approval.
Then I would just let the process play out.
But I just want to make sure this is all, conditioned on the triggering of the PAW, meaning that the PAW identifies and finds something.
Right.
None
If
of this
the,
will happen if the PAW comes back with nothing, right?
right. If the PAW doesn't come back with anything, then,
All this stuff doesn't.
but condition 17 still does apply, which would require the
On-site.
Correct.
on-site, if discovery occurs, then that triggers that process.
You said it was, the PAW starts with, it's a desk
It's a record search, yeah.
record search. Would the adjoining properties, the condos across the street, would that location turn up? I mean, would that,
Yeah, the records that were available to the city from that other site would be part of what would be reviewed, I think.
the record search goes beyond just this lot? It goes to the area?
It's a general area.
Yeah.
And there's already been, look, I don't want to go into too much detail on some of this because it's not something that's meant for public record, but we have had other searches done within this area. That's all I can
Okay,
really say at this
so-
point.
And all of that will be available to the archaeologist who does the PAW.
Correct.
Okay.
All right,
So I think Pat had a question, public comment.
come up for a minute, sir.
You know, part of the resolution, there's a problem with the idea that you're allowing, in the event that during the grading or any kind of excavation is being done and you're leaving it up to the contractor, are they professionals? Are they people who can identify cultural resources, archaeological resources? Probably not. You know, is their background, and that's part of the resolution. I know it's already leaving it up to, in the event something's found, we stop or whatever. How do they know what's an artifact? How do they know what's a cremation site? How do they know, what the shape and form of a bowl or a grinding stone is? There's other indications that I know of, I don't share because that's very personal with me, that can tell me what's out there and let me know what's out there. So there's a problem with that resolution. And so just to bring it to your attention, how important and the division, that's there really kind of separates us. And it's like my sister said, earlier about, being part of Ojai, So that's it. Thank you.
And I have to say, the plain language of condition 17 right now says, in the event of discovery or recognition of any human remains. I don't know that it addresses other artifacts.
It actually does. If you keep reading the last graph on page 8, in the event that archaeological resources are unearthed.
Archaeological resources unearthed during project construction, yeah, okay.
And to Pat's point, who makes that recommendation?
That one would be on the ground, the developer, the contractor.
Correct.
Yeah.
Based on their professional opinion.
This is the backstop. The PAW is what really starts the whole thing.
Correct. Yeah. Okay.
This is what I would, just trust the process.
That's all my questions. Anyone have any more thoughts or questions?
Yeah, it was mentioned that there's going to be oak trees removed. Is that
10.
true? Yeah, 10 oak trees.
I think so.
And
10 or
no-
11, yeah.
No replacement for those oak trees outlined?
No replacement for those oak trees, yes.
Yes, there is replacement.
Yeah, the,
That's not a part of something that this body cannot act on. Absolutely, can act on.
yeah, condition 3C is the standard oak tree requirement for that prior biological assessment. So it's looking at a 2-to-1 replacement.
That is not dismissed by the magic A word affordable.
Correct, not that one.
Okay.
Some of the other stuff, yes, but that one we can still impose.
Okay.
Okay. Any final thoughts, Jamie?
Thank you.
Okay. John?
Yeah, I mean, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the design review permit.
We're recommending.
Make a recommendation to approve the design review permit, but I also want to make a recommendation to not approve the PDP, is that it, for the density? Yeah, and that's just based on my, just what is the city of Ojai going to get? It's going to get more moderate homes at single family, at really just studios, not for families. So, and looking at all of the density in that area, I just don't think it needs more.
Okay, so we have a motion to recommend approval of the DRP, but not the PDP. Do we have a second? Sounds like not.
All right.
Do we have any other motions?
I will move that we recommend DRP 23-009, recommend approval.
Of both the
Of the DRP as well as the
DRP
PDP.
Well,
and the
the
PDP, the full project.
PDP, yes, is included within this project, yes.
Okay.
Whole
Okay.
project.
Do we have a second on that?
I'll second that.
All right. Any more discussion? Sherry?
Bennett?
Let's call for a vote on item 2.
Can I make a friendly
Oh.
amendment? Can we add a condition of the Chumash monitor? I just want to make sure that's something that is possible. Because I'd like to have the Chumash monitor part of before the PAP, or what is it, the PA?
Yes, you can recommend that be added.
Okay.
That would be a modification of condition 17,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah, 17 I think was where we would fold it in, yes. That's the one that references discovery, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and the process.
I will agree to that friendly amendment.
Okay,
I will as well-
seconder?
As well.
Okay,
Okay.
so we have a motion on the table to approve this resolution here with the modification of adding a Native American Chumash monitor on the front end.
Right.
Whatever the
Throughout
the appropriate words are.
ground disturbing activities. We'll wordsmith it.
Okay. Okay? Then Sherry, let's call the question on number 2.
Bennett?
Aye.
Trent?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Chair Quilisi?
Yes.
All right.
All right.
If I may, before this ends, I did also want to mention, and this kind of refers back to some of Commissioner Trent's concerns about the affordability distribution. We do have a frequently asked questions about all 4 projects in the works right now. I'm not sure of the exact timeline, but it's looking like it'll be out probably within the next week. I don't want to promise anything, but it does address a lot of the distribution and the issues you were talking about. So both the community and the commission, you guys will be able to see that
great.
exact distribution.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And that'll be on the website underneath affordable housing.
Would you let us know when it?
Yeah, of course.
More transparency, the better. Good stuff.
That's it. All right. Well, let's go on to item 3 then, a proposed text amendment. Thank you, folks. And my compliments to your doing this without federal funding.
That's amazing.
I'm astonished that you feel you can, but I applaud the effort.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Good night.
I remember not long ago, Sarah Camelli was the one delivering my binder, and I said, "Oh, you're Sarah too?" And she said, "No, I'm Sarah 1." So depending on how you're counting, we have Sarah Marshall here, Sarah 1 or Sarah 2, whatever you prefer to be.
I'll be second, Sarah.
And,
Just a nice number.
Good night. Good night.
and we have a proposed text amendment regarding Senate Bill 9 and bringing the code into compliance with it.
Ooh, yes, SB 9.
Take it away.
Yeah, to turn it on. Okay, so let me just give you the 30 seconds here, and then I've got Sarah Marshall here who's gonna go through the presentation. As you recall, we have had discussions on this in depth. We really kind of unpacked everything. What we have before you tonight is a proposed ordinance through a resolution through this body. Just to give some context and some history, I think Sarah will certainly go into it in depth, just as much depth as Sarah Camelli went in the project before. This is a bill that came down from the state in basically 2022, beginning of 2022. Went to council looking for a blessing, didn't end up getting it, but now council's asked to relook at it again, but to go through the full process versus kind of squeaking it through at 11:59 at night. Doing a full analysis and just kind of understanding and unpacking what it means. So I think Sarah's going to go through that this evening, and then certainly we'll have an opportunity for the community to speak, and then from Q&A as well.
And we had, a while back, I think, was it Epi gave us a briefing on SB 9, or was that SB 35, or? There have been so many housing laws lately.
We, at different times, Epi gave a briefing on SB 9, and Alex gave a discussion of sort of the broader housing law assessment back in November, was that?
October is when
October.
Alex did a 4.5-hour unpacking session on all the different housing
Yeah,
laws.
yeah, okay.
So if anybody in TV land is curious about what that all means, October, I want to say it was the first meeting in October, is when all that was unpacked. And this body sat through it and asked a lot of really good questions. So,
And kept hearing, oh, that's ADU law, that's not housing law. Or, oh, that's SB 35, that's not Housing Accountability Act, it's not Housing Crisis Act. There are
Every
all
piece-
these things out there now.
right, every piece had kind of its respective piece to the
Its
puzzle.
own little set of requirements that said, notwithstanding any other provision of law, here are some rules.
The legislature has refused to integrate all of it into a single comprehensive integrated whole because that's politically too difficult and it doesn't accomplish their goals, so they have chosen not to do that. Instead, they keep adopting a new set of rules that says, notwithstanding the rest of the government code, these are the rules for this box. Next page, these are the rules for that box. That's what Sacramento has chosen to do in their wisdom.
As a perfect example, here comes SB 9.
Yeah,
That's perfect.
very good. Take it away, Sarah.
Sarah.
And I was here last month. Thank you. Good evening. I was here last month, if you recall, to give an overview of SB Senate Bill 9, so some of the slides from this presentation may look familiar for that reason. So SB 9 summary, it requires a ministerial approval of either a 2-unit housing development, which includes 2 homes on a single-family residential parcel, or an urban lot split, which is a one-time subdivision of an existing single-family residential parcel into 2 parcels. The maximum number of units allowed per lot under SB 9 is 2. And if you look at this graphic, the top 2 images show what SB 9 looks like without a subdivision lot split resulting in either a 2 detached single-family units or 1 two-family unit. And the bottom 4 images show what would happen with a subdivision under SB 9, where a parcel is split into 2 and results in a maximum of 2 units per lot. It can be a combination of single-family or multifamily units. Additionally,
Okay, so SB 9 doesn't necessarily involve a lot split.
it does not necessarily involve a lot split. That's correct.
Okay, it says you can build a duplex on a single-family zoned parcel by right
With ministerial review. Yes.
with ministerial review.
And that duplex can be an attached duplex, or it can be 2 separate single-family homes.
Okay, but it doesn't necessitate a lot split.
Correct.
You
There's
can
2
have that
plots.
too,
Mhm.
and then you get the other conditions.
That's correct.
Very good, thank you.
Or our R1 zoning doesn't necessarily mean anything.
No.
That
Doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yeah.
SB 9 was designed expressly to undo R1 zoning.
Yep.
That's exactly what it was designed to do.
Wonderful.
Additional requirements for SB 9 to qualify, it must be on a single-family residential zone property within an urbanized area, which includes the city of Ojai, except on a property that has environmentally sensitive areas and environmental hazard areas, or a historic property and district, or a property where the Ellis Act was used to evict tenants in the last 15 years.
That's all that subparagraphs B through K of something or other.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And if you're wondering what the Ellis Act is, it was state law which says that landlords have the unconditional rights to evict tenants, to go out of business, and remove all units from the rental market.
That called condo conversion?
Not necessarily. Condo conversion can be done with the Ellis Act. It cannot be done with the Ellis Act. It depends on whether the condos are owned or rent, whether there's tenants in those to start with. But the Ellis Act is the process by which any owner of property that is presently rented and subject to rent stabilization, rent control, and/or a just cause eviction ordinance can leave the rental market at will and thus evict those tenants in compliance with rules, which we have now, and state law has those on top. Comply with the rules, you evict the tenant. SB 9 says you can't immediately do an SB 9 split. You have to wait 15 years.
Okay.
So additional information about what can be built under SB 9, if there is a lot being subdivided, which we're referring to as an urban lot split, homeowners can build 2 homes on each of the 2 new lots, allowing for a total of 4 units. So if there are existing units and they want to propose new homes, it can also result in a maximum of 4 potential units. An example would be if there's an empty lot and someone wants to split it into 2 lots with 2 new homes on each, it would result in a total of 4 housing units. Or if there's an existing single-family home on a lot, which is then split into 2 lots, the first lot could have that existing home plus 1 new residential unit, and the second lot could have 2 new residential units, again for a total of 4 housing units.
Now, in a regular residentially zoned parcel, though, you could have a primary residence, a JADU, and an ADU for a total of 3 on that parcel. Does SB 9 say if you do a lot split, you can't do that? Does it say you can't have 3 residences then on each of the new lots? Or does it say you can have 2 and is silent about the third?
Either of you want to answer that?
I do know the answer to that. So yeah, it's max 4 outright. So you cannot use lot split and then build a primary, an ADU, and a JADU, and a second set of primary ADU and JADU for 6 total. That was outlawed. What you can do is, however combination you want to get to it, max 4. So if you have an existing house, an existing lot, single-family lot, and it has a primary, an ADU, and a JADU all on that lot, you could SB 9 off the back and split that, but then you'd be max 1 more unit, because the total is max 4, if you're using SB 9.
So it just sets a number max, okay.
Yeah, it says it in more complicated language, but the net effect is a max 4.
All right. And you only go to SB 9 because you want a ministerial decision, not a discretionary decision?
Yes, and
Well, that's one reason for doing it.
right. The other reason to go to SB9 is in most of places like Ojai that have long been subdivided and long been developed, the residential zoning is already at max zoning. So let's say if I have a site that's a minimum one acre site, R1, minimum 1 acre lot, and I have 2 lots, I could subdivide through a standard subdivision map act process. Take my 2 into 1 and then SB9 those further.
But they
that's
don't match
because-
R1 anymore.
Well, so if I do say I have enough land to make 2 lots and meet the minimum lot size, I can split
Oh,
it, not
okay.
SB9.
Yeah,
And then
you
I can
have-
SB9 the what's left.
You have a 2-acre parcel in an R1 zone.
Correct. If I have a 2 acre parcel in an R1 zone that meets the rest of the rules, I can split that 2 acre parcel under the subdivision map act because the zoning allows for two 1 acre lots. Then I can SB9 what's left. SB9 is useful when you are already at your max zoning. So my 1 acre lot on a 1 acre R1 zone, I can't split it further other than by SB9. That's why they created SB9, to allow areas that were already developed at max density to be developed at higher density. Again, the wisdom of that is to Sacramento, but that's what was done.
Well, okay. Thank you, Sarah. Please continue.
No problem, thank you. Additional information about what can be built for lots that are being subdivided under an urban lot split. Both newly created parcels must be no smaller than 1,200 square feet. Additionally, both newly created parcels must be of approximately equal lot area, which means that one parcel may not be smaller than 40% of the lot area of the original parcel proposed for subdivision. And homes are subject to objective rules as long as the rules do not preclude 2 1,200 square foot units on each property. So an example of what this might look like in Ojai for an urban lot split.
Thanks for doing that.
Example 1 shows an urban lot split resulting in 2 single-family dwellings with 1 newly created parcel. Example 2 shows that an urban lot split could result in 1 single-family dwelling with 1 attached JADU on 1 lot and then 1 single-family dwelling with 1 detached ADU on the second lot.
And these all have to conform to setback requirements, right? You can't have the houses right next to each other.
Correct.
10 feet of fire.
Yeah.
10 feet of separation,
Specifically
except for the
fire.
JADU, then you have to have a fancy wall.
Yes, a fire-rated wall.
10 feet around.
That's right, the good old fancy wall.
Yes.
Okay.
So last time I was here, there were questions that came up about the difference between SB 9 with the Subdivision Map Act. So the Subdivision Map Act has 3 main components. The first being the lot line adjustment, which is a boundary line adjustment between 4 or fewer existing adjoining parcels, where the land taken from one parcel is added to an adjoining parcel, and where a greater number of parcels than originally existed is not thereby created. This is different from SB 9, since SB 9 creates a new lot, resulting in 2 parcels, one of which is newly created. The second component of the Subdivision Map Act is the parcel map, which is the subdivision of land into 4 or fewer parcels. This differs from SB 9, since SB 9 takes no more than 1 existing parcel and divides it into 2. The third component of the Subdivision Map Act is a tract map, which is a subdivision of land into 5 or more parcels. And similarly to the parcel map, this differs from SB 9, since SB 9 takes no more than 1 existing parcel and divides it into 2. An additional difference between SB 9 and the Subdivision Map Act is, as shown in example 1, under SB 9 through an urban lot split in an R1 zone would result in 2 parcels. It requires ministerial review. The Subdivision Map Act, as shown in example 2, if you take a vacant lot and subdivide it in an R1 zone into 2 parcels, it requires a variance, a parcel map, design review permit, and environmental review, all of which are discretionary. So essentially similar projects with similar dimensions, but different permit paths. Do you want to say more
A
about?
lot more hassle for the developer in
Right.
example 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
I think this is probably a clear, just to give a little bit more context, this is probably a really clear example of why SB 9 was created. And one of the reasons why you don't see a lot of parcel maps or tract maps come through this city anymore. One, because there's not a lot of parcels that have that opportunity for that subdivision, either as 4 or as 5 or more. 2, The process is so extensive. The discretionary aspect almost discretionaries it out of even existence of the possibility, just because of the longevity of what a parcel map or even a tract map take to process. I mean, the examples that I can give you, I've had parcel maps and I've had tract maps take more than 10 years to process from start to finish.
Crazy.
SB9 allows you to ministerially process a lot split, and you're probably doing it, at least from our processing standpoint, within 60 to 90 days.
The difference is if you have a big piece of property, like we have out on the west end of the city, where it's multi-acre, if you do it under SB 9, you can only split once.
Correct. Max 2 properties.
Correct.
So if I've got 5 acres in
So-
the west end of town, and it's
Four-
R1.
14 acres there, I think it is, yeah.
Well, that one.
Let's not use specific examples. Let's use hypotheticals, please.
Hypotheticals are important. So if I got a hypothetical 10-acre parcel R1
Oh,
zoning.
I see, yes.
I can split it into 10 lots, assuming I can meet all of the other rules, which
Under
are robust.
SMA.
Right.
Okay.
SB9, I could take my 10-acre lot and split it into 2 5-acre or roughly 5-acre lots. Although the example, well, that one other
6 and a
example
4 you can
isn't
do.
single-family zoned anyway. No, that one is R zoned. Anyway, yeah, no, you're right. If you had an R1 zoned 10-acre lot, you could use SB9 to cut it into 2 lots of between 4 and 6 acres each,
But only 2 lots.
but only 2. Ministerial is max 2. Regular process is as many as is allowed by zoning.
Yeah, and don't hold your breath.
Right, and it's a process.
And I think it's also worth noting that there is then a deed restriction that's applied to this. And that deed restriction then is recorded against the property. So 10 years from now, someone can't come back and be like, well, I'm going to subdivide this. By pulling the record, where immediately you see that it's already gone through an SB 9.
Yeah.
So that process that box has already been checked. You can't check
So
that
that
box.
And the deed
hypothetical
restriction
10.
puts the buyer on notice.
That hypothetical 10-acre property is gonna forever be 2 5-acre properties, or a 6 and a 4, or
Right.
whatever.
With
Whatever
the
that
one
ends up
asterisk on forever is if the law changes.
That is a big asterisk.
Always.
Which used to not be a huge thing, but now is more common.
And what's the minimum lot size?
SB 9's minimum lot size is 1,200 square feet.
1,250 square feet. Yeah.
1,250,
A lot?
Yes.
Per lot, 50 by 40.
It's 1,250 as a minimum, but then there's also
Oh,
the
that's
40%.
30 by 40.
Then there's also the 40% requirement.
Okay, and then there, but it has to be a minimum of 800 square feet, one of the new residents?
Correct.
Okay, interesting.
There's a lot of math and a lot of.
So it's small lots that are going up.
We're running into
small
some
lots go straight
possibilities
up.
there, yeah.
Different hypotheticals,
Right.
sure.
Right.
These are really excellent, Sarah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for doing this. These examples are helpful.
So our staff recommendation is that the planning commission receive this presentation, ask clarifying questions, receive public comment, and consider approving the resolution recommending approval of the draft ordinance for SB 9.
That was excellent, thank you.
Yeah. Cool.
All right, so
So,
SB 9 prohibits further lot splitting.
so in our drafted ordinance, we have height restrictions?
Yes.
Okay.
24 foot on the SB 9 dwellings.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still doing questions for staff at this point.
Yeah, just clarifying, yep. And then, oh yeah, this is where we have the basement potential opportunity.
Wait, say that again?
Maximum, I'm looking at page 2 of 6. I think bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maximum size limit, 1,200 square feet for a new SB 9 unit. Basements would not count towards this square footage. SB 9 provides a minimum size of 800 square feet.
Sarah?
That provision has to be back in the text amendment somewhere as well.
Yeah.
But it's a good question. Why would, if we were splitting a lot and putting a single-family house on the new half of the lot, why would we want to restrict that to 1,200 square feet?
Sorry, where are we?
I'm missing something.
Page 2 of 6, bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The bullet that says a maximum size limit of 1,200 square feet.
And minimum 8.
Right. State law sets the minimum 800 square foot size we have to allow.
We're setting a maximum.
We're setting a max, this ordinance would set a maximum if it were to be passed.
Got it.
Okay, so it would be 800 is state law and the 1,200 is Ojai law? I mean,
Right,
would
if this
be-
were, yeah.
Okay.
And you're asking the question of
Wondering
why?
What's the rationale for, say we take this hypothetical 2-acre parcel in an R1 zone. And we break it into 2 1-acre parcels. One of them is a 3,000 square foot house. Because it was on 2 acres. Okay, now, the second one can only be 1,200 square feet?
Correct.
Yes.
Why?
As written.
But why?
I think what we were looking for is limitations here to some degree. However, if this body is not comfortable with that and would rather instead let some other objective standard qualify that limitation, so it becomes a floor of 800,
Say,
and a
an
maximum.
objective standard like you still have to meet all the lot coverage and setback requirements, but that's it.
Yes, the thing, because we had thought about that as well, in terms of using lot coverage or even FAR as a parameter, as a limitation. The only thing that makes staffs a little bit nervous about applying that provision is if it precludes the development, then we can't apply it. It becomes mute.
Right. So this is in the nature of applying objective standards that are clear, unquestionable.
Yep.
Got it.
And we're practicing for what you're going to see in the future.
Yep. I love it.
Well, if you're trying to make a coherent neighborhood, having a 3,000 square foot house, then a neighboring 1,200 square foot house, it creates a planning hyphen architectural nightmare of sizes. Could you make that objective number in relationship to the neighboring houses so that it shall be, the maximum shall be no more than 100% of the other part, the other half of the parcel?
Make it relative to the size of the lot.
That's another objective standard.
It's an objective standard.
But why would you say, I can't build a 3,100 square foot house on the second half of the lot? Because it's an acre.
How many of those do we actually have?
Out
I don't
by
know.
Persimmon
I don't know.
Hill, aren't those
Most
those
of
are
most of our single-family lots are pretty small.
Yeah, but out
They're
by
50
Persimmon
by
Hill.
150, they're 7,500 square feet.
Okay, so let's talk about 7,500
Yeah.
square feet.
But Persimmon Hill is
Well,
big
that's-
lots.
there's not a whole lot of homes up there.
Well, if you start dividing, there could be.
I mean, I think with the architectural issue, we already have that with ADUs and junior ADUs, where it's already gonna create an architectural mess.
Yeah.
So their standards are out the window there.
I'm just not comfortable putting a maximum size limit.
I don't know.
In terms of square footage
Yeah.
on that second residence.
I don't disagree with it. I think it's nice to have a clear objective standard in here as far as the max that you can do. Because when you do have somebody with a smaller lot, they're gonna be looking to, build the maximum they can.
Well, but we still have lot coverage and setback requirements.
Right.
And that's going to say, if you're starting with a 50 by 150 lot, and you divide it in half, that's all legal so far under SB 9, because it's plenty big enough. But if you impose those setback requirements on a 3,750 square foot lot, it's going to be hard
Yes,
to build something bigger.
right.
But my
Unless you do it.
objection is to the principle of putting a hard limit on it, no matter what size the lot is. Because we do have other objective standards right now that will provide, let's call it appropriate sizing of the primary structure that goes on the second lot.
35% in the building within the lot.
35% lot coverage or
Yeah.
whatever, and all the setback requirements.
If I might, Chair Colisy
Yes,
and
please.
Vice Chair Trent, it sounds like we're getting into deliberation before we've actually had the call to question and then also the community.
okay, I
So I
agree.
don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. I'm appreciating the conversation, but I do think it's a little,
Okay.
thank you.
You're right. I have another question, then. We have one off-street parking space, this is in the proposed text amendment. This is bullet number 3 on page 2 of 6. And I'm sure there's another place in the resolution where it is, or the text amendment. It says, the parking space shall be located a minimum of 20 feet from the front parcel line, okay, because most of the house has to be anyway, and 15 feet from the side and rear parcel lines. Okay, if you're talking about let's say, because we have some lots that are 100 feet wide, so they could be divided into two 50-foot lots, and that's not inconsistent with a lot of the city, 50-foot lots. But if you then say that a parking space has to be 15 feet from the side property line of each of those lots, you're saying the parking space has to be more or less in the center of the lot. And most parking spaces, like most driveways, are along one side. So I'm curious where that came from.
So it was a reduction from what we had before. However, you are noting some issues as it relates to how parking is going to then be sited on these lots.
Yeah.
So it could behoove this body to then identify that on the side in which parking is provided, that 15-foot is not applicable. I mean, that could be one way to solve that. Or you
You could
reduce.
just reduce
say
it to 5
The parking space
feet?
has to be at least 5 feet from the property line.
Yes, reducing
And-
that,
and
yeah,
leave
it-
that,
leave it
that
at that.
restriction.
I think that 15 feet was a bigger number before.
It was reduced, no, it was reduced from what we had before. I think we had 30 before.
Yeah,
Cut it in half.
so if you had to be 30 feet from each side of the property line, or from each side of the parcel, and it's a 50-foot parcel,
Yeah, we were using a
Couldn't
fairly large
park.
lot in the example. And we're finding that most of the lots in Ojai are not the case.
It's also worth bearing in mind that the prior language was structured in part to narrow the opportunities. And if the goal is to less narrow the opportunities, then set a smaller standard.
Yeah, agreed.
okay. Admin report, page 2, the 4th bullet sets this limit of 24 feet for any new dwelling unit. You could have a 25-foot tall building before the lot split, and the building that you put on the other side can't be that tall. I'm curious of the rationale.
Another one rooted in narrowing the opportunity. If the commission wanted to not do so, again, that reflects the genesis of this ordinance and the prior conversation. If the
Yeah.
commission wanted to be more reasonable, one approach would be to say the taller of 24 feet or as tall as any other structure on the lot. So if
Or-
you had a 25-foot, you could
or-
have another 25,
Or-
but if
or-
it was
Or
20,
just meet the height requirements of the zoning area that you're already in.
that would work too, which is generally gonna be, what, 35 is the typical?
No,
It's
it's not.
25, and you can have an architectural feature that goes to 30.
They're 30,
That's
right? So
I
here's.
think, oh, go ahead.
I think here's the other thing that I think is worth bearing in mind is the standards that we're seeing here, like for instance, the 24 is an increase from what we had talked about before. Before we were discussing a 16-foot height, which is fairly restrictive. I think we all recognize
Especially
that.
if you're talking about a primary residence.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. 24, comparable to what's already out there, slight reduction. Making it consistent with the neighborhood or even the structure that's already on site, or consistent with the zoning would then allow for some flexibility for the most part. And it's a slight range.
Puts them on the same rules.
It's a sliding
as
scale at that point.
The first half of the lot.
Yep.
And the
This is one of those standards where this body, as well as city council, has the opportunity to put a stricter standard as long as it doesn't preclude the development. I don't think at 24 it's going to preclude the development. I think at 16 it potentially could, which was probably a little too strict. 24, I mean, realistically, we're seeing not a lot of new homes, like basically on average one a year. When we're seeing those, they're taking them to the height maximum typically. They're going 2 stories, right? And you're even seeing additions that have come before this body that are taking advantage of that as well. So just recognize that they're not going to come in and say, 20 feet sounds appropriate. They're going to take it to the maximum. So just recognize that in terms of how
Quick question,
we're
just
addressing
to
it.
make sure we all have clarity. How many single-family R1 sites do we have in the city of Ojai?
in Ojai.
Yeah.
So in terms of the number of units that we have in Ojai,
Yeah, the opportunities for.
right, in terms of lots, single-family lots, there's over 3,000. So we have over 3,000 that are single-family.
Right.
And then that's not counting the multifamily that we have, which is
not SB9.
But
Yeah.
some of them are R1 and some of them are R01 and some are R1/2 and.
RO half, yes. They're all identified within the draft ordinance itself.
So without some of these objective standards, potentially a developer could come in, or anybody could come in, buy a bunch of the properties, rezone them, and add additional units.
Not rezone. I think it's
I mean, not
important,
rezone,
but do the
lots.
SB2.
Do lot
SB9,
splits
I
on
mean, yes.
each single parcel.
Increasing,
Now, there is some risk, or not risk, some point to bear in mind. There is an owner occupancy requirement.
yeah,
So one developer can't, from a desk in New York,
Okay.
SB9 the whole town.
that's great.
The requirement for a lot split is that you have to occupy one of the resulting units
One of the
for
up to
3
4
years.
units.
Right, one of the up to 4 for 3 years from the date of approval. There's an exception for community land trusts and for certain qualified nonprofits. So the risk is 3,000 individuals could upsize all of the town,
Correct.
Right.
but not one single developer or cabal of
Unless it was a
developers.
nonprofit.
Unless it was a nonprofit, and then it would, if it was funded enough to do it, it could.
And so with these objective standards, we're helping restrict those opportunities.
In short, yes, it reduces the impact of it within the bounds allowed by state law. It may also be worth noting as in another point, in our experience so far, we've not had one SB9 project come through, and I'm looking to Lucas to confirm that's still true.
Yeah, we've had several that have inquired, a couple applications that have come in, but then, the financing piece is an interesting piece outside of the realm of what this body as well as council can impose. And that tends to create the roadblock at this point.
That's right.
And just to unpack that for a second, for those who may not recognize it, for property in which there's a loan, which is many people have mortgages, right? That's life.
Most, I would guess, yeah.
Most, almost all, right? The collateral is the land and the house. Now, we all know in Ojai, much of the value is the land. That reality reflects that lessening the collateral is something that your bank has to say yes to, and most New York banks are faceless entities that will not say yes to the question. They don't understand it. They don't acknowledge it. It doesn't make any sense to them. So what we're seeing is folks have come in and said, hey, I want to do SB9. I say, great, here's the process, here's how it works. They talk to the bank. The bank says, no.
Yeah.
In the mortgage documents that we all signed, among other things, is I'll take no action to harm the value of the collateral without the bank's consent.
You're basically cutting the collateral in half.
Correct. Now, theoretically, you could take cut it in half, split the loan in half, have two loans, half the value on each property. Or you could imagine in a place, depending on where you're building, if you have an existing lot with an existing house, and you cut off the back 40%, say, the front may have enough value in itself to more than be collateral for the amount owed on the debt, and you would be able to own the back 40% outright. But you've got to convince your bank of that, and that has not been something people, and we've seen not just in Ojai, but most of the cities.
Yeah.
That reality has limited the effectiveness of SB9 from the perspective of those who wrote it, because banks don't know what to do with it and just say no.
And I would assume at some point, it's probably because it's all so new, there's high risk there, but at some point, the banks will figure it out.
That is likely to be the case. Eventually they'll figure out, especially in places where the land is the value, but also having a built house is significantly valuable.
Yeah.
And you might, my little example of the back 40%, that would probably still be enough collateral on the front for the bank to say, sure, we'll let you reduce that off the collateral, and we'll still have enough collateral to be confident that if you don't pay, we'll be able to get our value back through foreclosure.
So while it's not a potential issue now with the bank issue, it could be much larger in the future.
Right, it could be an issue in the future. It also could be an issue if the state were to attempt to amend the rule to force the banks to accept it, although
That could happen too.
that taps into a whole bunch of, because the banks are mostly in New York,
Yeah.
whether they legally are or not, they're all incorporated there, right? So that taps into a whole complex array of federal contracts clause law that the state and not I to figure out. But they might try.
Yeah.
That will be a challenge for them.
Yeah. Okay.
So just to note that that's something we have seen as a practical constraint on SB9.
Okay. I'm cool. Thank you. Yeah, sorry.
Sarah, on page 1 of 6, in the recommendation, in the third bullet point, it says development of qualified Senate bill properties. What are the parameters of the qualified?
What's that word mean? Yeah.
Yeah, so qualified is where you're meeting all of the parameters within this SB9 ordinance. That's how you qualify it. And look,
Okay.
the reality is it's not. We were talking about the Subdivision Map Act and how that qualifies and that those standards. Your first piece of qualifying is, are you a single family residence? If you are, from a zoning standpoint, then you've already started the checkbox of you qualify
Done the
there.
qualification
Right.
process, yeah.
Right. Yeah. So each of these standards that are identified within this ordinance in terms of how we evaluate from a staff standpoint are: 1, is it this? 2, is it this? 3, is it this? If we run into a hiccup on 1, then we start addressing, okay, so then what's this? Is there a solution so that we can check this box? Because it's an objective standard, which is typically numerical or something that is easy to identify. Can you get there? No? Then you're not an SB, you can't do an SB9. Typically, it's going to get to a yes, which then becomes a qualifying SB9 subdivision.
Okay, thank you.
And to the city attorney's point earlier, I should also mention that we do have an application in for an SB9. It just recently came in that we're processing. We'll see how far it gets.
Yeah. Okay.
But the previous ones that had submitted ended up just withdrawing.
I have a question that I think is gonna wind up with the city attorney. Because it's an interpretation of the law, I believe.
Okay.
And this is on bullet 5, page 2, It says SB 9 provides a minimum size of 800 square feet. I believe what that means is that you cannot build anything smaller than 800 square feet as an SB 9 unit. I think that's what that sentence means. Now, I've read,
Yep.
I have-
Does that mean an ADU is, I mean, a junior ADU also would be
well, that's
800?
one potential problem with that rule. But I have read Gov Code 65852.21 and 66411.7, which were both added by SB 9 to the government code. And it says that the local agency shall not impose objective zoning standards, objective subdivision standards. This is in 2A, by the way. 65852.21 B2A. The local agency shall not impose standards that would have the effect of physically precluding the construction of up to 2 units that would physically preclude either of the 2 units from being at least 800 square feet. Okay, that language, as convoluted as is, I think I understand. But I don't see how that is interpreted to mean a minimum size of 800 square feet. I think in this hypothetical lot split, if I have a primary residence and I split the lot and I build a second primary residence and each of them builds an ADU, this right now purports, this interpretation of the law says each of those ADUs have to be somewhere between 800 and 1,200 square feet.
Right.
And I don't read it in the law. So please tell me what I'm missing. I think an ADU could be less than 800 square feet and still comply with SB 9. I don't care what it turns out to be, but I want to make sure we're doing the right thing here. And my reading of the law is different from the statement in the staff report, which is also reflected in the resolution.
Yeah, so the key is that that requirement is for the new SB 9 units, not ADUs and JADUs. ADUs and JADUs can be the size limitations under those rules. The 800
They are
square
not SB 9 units?
No, the new SB 9 units are the up to 2 new units that would be SB 9 units, is distinct from ADUs and JADUs created on an SB 9 split lot. Let me try that again. So
Yes, please.
SB 9 says I can split a lot into 2 lots and then build 2 units on each of those lots.
That's
Though-
if it's an empty lot and I'm
Right.
starting fresh. Okay.
Correct. Or I can take an existing lot and build 2 units, no matter what's already there. It's up to 2 total, or split in 4 total. Any of those 2 or 4 units can be a regular primary unit, they can be an ADU, a JADU, or a new SB 9 unit. This size rule is for the new SB 9 unit type. It comes in separate from ADUs, separate from JADUs, and separate from regular primary units.
I didn't see that in the law that I read.
So the law, it says, the local agency shall not impose objective zoning standards, objective subdivision standards, and objective design standards that would have the effect of physically precluding the construction of up to 2 units, or that would physically preclude either of the 2 units from being at least 800 square feet in floor area.
Right.
But this is what says
That's-
we have to allow 2 units. Other law says we have to allow ADUs and JADUs at those smaller sizes. ADUs can be as small as 500 and JADUs is 500. ADUs is a minimum size is 250, right?
Yeah.
Well, back to this
280.
hypothetical lot split then. If we have a lot where there is a primary residence,
Yes. So what's existing is
and
existing.
there's only one structure on this parcel
Right.
at the time.
Okay.
Okay, we split it.
Yeah.
Now, what goes on the other half and potentially on the back half of this this remaining lot? Are those all SB 9 units?
No. Some of them will be, some of them may not be. But SB9 is what created the lots.
Where does the law clarify that?
It's in the interplay between the two sections of 65852.21 and 66411.7. So if I have an existing house, and I split it, then I have my primary unit that's already existing. And we're not going to make anything that exists be smaller. It is what it is.
Sure.
I can add on top one of three things, and that's on that existing lot. I can add an ADU under those rules. I can add a JADU under those rules, or I can add an SB9 unit, which can be up to, or as proposed here, between 800 and 1,200 square feet. The 800 is, we read it as state law. We have to allow at least 800 square feet in area, which I can make a minimum, and then I can impose a max on top if
You
the
have to
council
have
chooses
rules
to.
that don't preclude an 800 square foot unit.
Right. So if I have to allow
You're turning-
800,
You're turning that into saying you must have at least an 800 square foot unit.
right, because only 800 is protected by state law. I'm taking the negative space in state law and flipping it. The state says a city cannot prohibit, must allow at least 800, but it doesn't say 800 too, it just says at least 800.
Doesn't say 800 is the minimum.
Exactly. But I'm making it a minimum because it says I have to allow at least 800. And then the question for the council is commission and council is a policy choice. Do we want to set a max on the other end of that? And you could also say, we're not going to do any of this and just allow any size unit that meets the building code standard, which is 250 or better. So the state law says we have to allow, we cannot preclude at least 800 for the SB9 units.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that, because it's silent otherwise, the city has the power to say it has to be at least 800. That's the only protected size.
Okay, well,
And then just to finish so.
my head's exploding. Let's go back to this hypothetical lot
Okay,
split.
so I got my lot split. So I got a single existing house,
Okay,
and I split the lot.
split the lot. Now, I'm gonna build two structures on the new half of the lot.
The new half of the lot, okay.
Okay, are those both SB9 units?
If I build them as two SB9 units, yes. I can build.
How can I tell if they're SB9 units?
It's the permitting process they come in under. So do they come in as a primary and an ADU, a primary and a JADU, or two SB9s? There's three ways to get to two structures. And actually, two separate structures can't be a JADU.
If I built a second structure on the first half of the lot, is that an SB9 unit?
Or an ADU, depending on what size you come in under. So it depends on what you apply for. So the applicant has to state, I'm applying for this as a ADU or as an SB9 unit.
Different rules apply.
And different rules apply depending on what they apply for.
On the second half of the lot, I can still build a primary residence.
Yes, SB9 says I
All the
can.
regular zoning rules, it's not subject to this maximum 1,200. Unless I, the developer,
No,
say
actually, that one
it's
would
an
be-
SB9 unit?
No, because on the second lot, you've already lost, assuming it's R1 zoning, we're already at max
The
zoning.
split was SB9.
The split is SB9, the
You
second
just said
lot.
not all of the stuff on the new half is SB9.
No, that was a mistake. So the second piece is going to be two SB9 units or one SB9 unit or SB9 unit and an ADU or an SB9 unit and a JADU. Because you've
But it
split off.
can't be any bigger than 1,200 square feet by
If
this
this was
proposed
adopted, correct.
text amendment.
So if this is adopted in concrete terms, all of the units that would result except what's already there are max 1,200. And the question is, does the commission and council want that to be the rule or not?
Okay, all right.
Because that max is not required by state law. That's what we're adopting on top of state law, under the current state law, at least for now. Whether or not to have that max, that's the policy choice. And your options would be in some 1,200 or some other number, no max, and let setbacks and height and the rest of the rules dictate the max. Or you could make it some percentage of what's already there. So if there is an existing house, you could say the max is 80% or 100% or 120%.
Or meet the zoning rules.
Or meet the zoning rules.
Okay, okay. Page 5 of the,
You got more.
oh,
Oh, yeah.
It's a complicated
Sorry.
system, Lord knows.
this is, Well, we saw this the first time we had SB 9 explained. Page 5, fire hardening standards. So we've talked about a 1 hour fire separation wall and 10-foot separation between buildings. That's fine.
Yep.
What about things like Class A roofing? Is that already part of Title IX that has to be complied with?
Yeah, for any new
And
residents, Class A roofs are
Okay.
required.
Yes,
What about-
that's correct.
What about closed eaves to keep embers out of attic spaces? Is that, I know it's building
I
code.
believe that's-
I'm just asking.
Yeah, I think
Is
that's
that
building
already
code.
part of the code and it's not a matter to worry about here as we're doing lot splits?
Yeah, the closed deed requirement is part of the default building code, so that one, that's already
Okay.
required.
Right.
Okay.
At least for new construction, not for rehabs. And all of these new units have to have sprinklers too.
Yeah.
Because they're new residential units.
Solar.
And the solar component. The whole
The whole
panoply of
shebang.
building codes applies.
Okay, page 5, the last piece of that, sewer connection. The city is aware of several properties within the city that are currently on septic. Yeah, I live near them. I'm painfully aware of it as I walk up Foothill Road. But if there were a hypothetical lot split in the Arbolada, let's say, that's on septic, it sounds like this text amendment is going to require that one or both of those resultant parcels go on sewer.
Yeah, this requires, not the parcel, but the new units to
Okay,
go on.
so the original
sewer.
parcel could stay on the original septic system,
Right,
and the new unit has to be on sewer.
correct. And so what that would mean is if the original parcel is a single-family house and they split it, then the 1 or 2 new units on the new parcel have to be on sewer, and the new, the new unit on the main parcel, well, no, that's gonna come in under an ADU probably. If they did a new unit on the main parcel as an SB9 unit, they'd have to do sewer. If they did it as a JADU or an ADU, other law says we can't require sewer.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair.
And recognizing that may make
Say-
it expensive for those areas.
The first unit that you try to impose this rule on in the Arbolada is going to kill any lot splits in the Arbolada of lots that are on septic. Because it
That
is
may be the
too
case.
expensive to put one lot somewhere in that part of town on sewer. It would be hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, that may be the case.
And I,
Whether the commission wants that to be the case, that's the policy question.
yes, that's, okay. Oh, now I'm into the resolution, okay, I'll hold off on, that was administrative report stuff. I have other comments and questions on the resolution itself, okay? Sorry to take so much time. Any more questions?
No.
Any more questions? I'm good. All right, well, let's end the period of questioning staff and say, we're gonna open for public comment. Is anyone here present wishing to speak on this item? Sherry, is there anyone with a raised hand in the green room?
Nope.
Very good, then we'll close that part of this, and we'll come back to deliberations and discussion of the resolution itself.
All right.
All right, so we have attachment A, which is kind of a cover sheet from the Planning Commission recommending that attachment A, Exhibit 1, the real resolution for the city council, be adopted. All right, so I'm going to, attachment A
Amending-
Exhibit 1,
Amending Title 10.
page 4. Section 10, the proposed section 1018.102 applicability. It says the 2-unit or subdivision project cannot be proposed in prohibited locations under 65913.4 so-and-so, which is the stuff that we've been hearing about before, and high fire hazard severity zones as defined under state law. My belief is that that covers the entire city.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I looked this up. So CAL FIRE has a map for the entire state, and for Ventura County, the bigger map designates it as a land. I'm sorry, I didn't bring the map here with me. It designates as a local land area designation. So then you have to look at the viewer map, which is then a subset of Ventura County, and the only areas that are within the high fire severity zone are in the very northern portions of Ojai, and there's a small.
The ag and open space stuff up north
Those,
of,
yes, those two
north of Daly
would
and
certainly
Montgomery.
be within those parameters. And then there's an area at the very bottom, and basically at the very bottom to the left.
How
of the
recent
city.
are those maps?
Yeah, so this is 2023, June of 2023.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Check it out.
Okay, so you're saying under state law or regulations, the city in general is not in a high fire hazard severity zone?
Correct. The vast majority is not.
There's little portions.
There's small
little
small
pieces.
slivers, yes.
The other thing that's worth noting is that the referenced Government Code Section 65913.4 has been modified effective January 1st of this year to effectively exempt even very high fire hazard severity zones from the prohibition by stating in subsection A6D, if the property is within a very high fire hazard severity zone. However, it adds new, does not apply to sites that have adopted fire hazard mitigation measures pursuant to existing building standards, including but not limited to, and then lists out the building code requirements. So the net effect is if you follow the building code, then you're adopting the state's required fire mitigation standards. Therefore, you're not subject to the exception for very high fire hazard severity zones. It's the most convoluted legislative language ever, but the net effect is that the fire hazard severity zone exemption doesn't exist anymore.
All right, I think.
So it might make sense to perhaps keep the citation to the law, but drop that reference to high fire hazard severity zones, because that doesn't work anymore.
So just deleting the last part of the last sentence in 1018-102.
Exactly.
Okay,
And what about earthquake zones? Are we not in an earthquake zone?
That earthquake fault zoned means a mapped fault zone under the Alquist-Priolo Fault Zone Mapping Act. And I don't think have any of those in the city, although the edges maybe.
I think the edge is I think it's to the south and to the east.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's another term that's not the colloquial term. Yeah, everywhere we're all in an earthquake risk zone, but it's this defined term, earthquake fault zone, and that's only the edges.
and it's presumably just close proximity to an identified fault.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and I got the answer from Sarah earlier. In 1018-103, unit also includes movable tiny houses. Seems perfectly reasonable, but it's not in the language of the text amendment.
Where are you?
1018-103 on page 4 of Exhibit 1, where it says unit means. And I think so. I would suggest that we reword that so that unit means so-and-so includes movable tiny houses.
Yeah, no objection to adding that. I would note that that's also part of our other portions of our code's definition of accessory dwelling unit, includes movable tiny houses as a species of ADU. No reason, though, not to state it directly.
But ADUs aren't the same as SB 9 units.
Correct.
And this is all about SB 9.
Yes, that makes sense. So add it.
So, all right. I did note that in 1018-104, all of the subparagraphs, lettered subparagraphs, should be lowercase, not uppercase, at least to be consistent with the rest of the code.
Oh, yeah.
That's the first subdivision after a section number. Okay, got that one. Page 5, 1018-104C2. Again, this is a document I have to sign, so I'm going to be picky about it. 1018-104C2, line 2, that 65913.4 should not be a 1 in the first set of
Oh, that should be
parentheses,
A.
should be an A, lowercase a.
And there too, on the next line, we would also recommend striking very high fire hazard severity zones.
Right.
It leaves people a false impression if you leave it in.
Yep, very good. All right. D4 on the same page. 1018-104 D4 says housing that has been occupied by a tenant in the last 3 years. I think D1 says the same thing. Or am I misreading that? Must not involve demolition or alteration of more than 25% unless the unit has not been occupied by tenants within the last 3 years. And it must not involve demolition or alteration of housing that has been occupied by a tenant in the last 3 years. I guess that is two separate things.
Yeah, these both
Okay.
are pulled straight from SB 9. And the idea is to allow a slightly more liberal amount of demolition for never occupied by tenant in the relevant time period housing.
Okay. Okay, 1018-104J. Now we're at page 6. I think where it says the applicant for an urban lot split must sign an affidavit, I would suggest right after lot split that we add the phrase under SB 9, just to
Is this on J?
avoid any J. I'm sorry.
Well, by definition, an urban lot
Yeah.
split is
Well,
a qualifying lot
this-
split under SB 9, if you look at the definitions.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
In 1018-103, urban
Oh,
lot split
got it.
means
Thank
under
you.
SB 9.
1018-103, last paragraph. That's good. That takes care of that then. All right. 1018-104K1. No, K,
Okay.
it's not K1, it's just K. And that's the same thing, and it's not necessary because urban lot split, for purposes of this section, is defined. Maybe we need to go back to page 4, where it says urban lot split means it's only within this section.
Yeah, you know,
It's only within this
But it says that.
Chapter 18,
Under
that
SB9.
urban lot split means an urban lot split under SB 9.
Correct.
Yes.
What could help potentially clarify that is by capitalizing that word. So any of those words that we are defining
Okay.
within this,
Yeah.
That helps.
that way it doesn't get lost.
I share
in the
your
text.
design for clarity, and I'm struggling to find a way to achieve that. Okay.
It may, this, the capitalization works. The other thing to know is that urban lot split is a term that was created by SB 9. So practitioners will know urban lot split is, it doesn't exist outside of SB 9.
Yeah.
But obviously our
Okay.
readers are more than
Okay.
more than practitioners. The general public may not know that.
I didn't search the rest
Definitely
of the
not.
code for the phrase urban lot split, but you're saying it's not going to occur anywhere else.
And if it does occur elsewhere, it's referencing back to SB 9. It didn't exist as a phrase until SB 9.
Okay, okay.
But I think that's, again, covered in 10-18-103, which is noted in the preamble
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
As
right.
used in this article, and that should, I think, be chapter.
This-
As used in this
it would be
chapter.
this chapter, I guess it is,
Yeah.
right? Yeah,
The following meetings in this
right.
section.
Okay.
Capitalization makes sense, too.
On 10-18-104-M2, this is at the top of page 7. It speaks of a condominium or an airspace subdivision.
What is that?
That's my question. What is that?
An airspace subdivision is a condominium.
It's an alternate name for a condominium?
Yes.
Interesting.
And the reason you come up with
Is
the
it
alternate
defined
name-
anywhere in the code?
Not in this code, it's defined in the government code. We could hunt down a definition, if necessary, but condominium means a residential airspace subdivision under the Davis-Sterling Common Act, part of the Civil Code, as is also referenced in various pieces of the Subdivision Map Act and the Government Code.
Very
An
interesting.
airspace subdivision is the same thing, except an airspace subdivision could include residential and commercial pieces. That's why it's important to cover both. We're saying that if you do an SB 9 lot split, you don't get to then condoize it, and you don't get to then have some commercial piece out of it too.
Okay. I'm trying to approach this as a reasonably intelligent but really ignorant person walking up to the front desk and saying, what does that mean? And
Gotcha,
it's-
so that we could probably cover
It's a
through an
long and
FAQ.
detailed answer.
Yeah,
I don't know that it would necessarily require an FAQ. I think you could provide a definition within here and reference back a definition through government code, and that would address it.
You
So
could
that
put it in 10-18-103 under the definition.
yeah, because then as it updates itself through government code, we're not going back in and having to make amendments. It
Right,
just
yeah.
it follows that
Yeah,
government
I
code.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't, everything that says per XYZ as amended
Right.
means we don't have to change it every year just because it's part of housing law.
yep.
Let me see, page 9. Well, this is my last one. Page 9, this is section 9, so almost at the bottom of the page. Should there be language included here to require the municipal code to be amended if Government Code 65852.21 and 66411.7 are amended? Or should we just have a reference somewhere that says SB 9 or these sections of the Government Code as amended? Same question that we just addressed a moment ago with the definition of airspace subdivision.
We're talking about section
Right.
9.
Yeah, so section 9 is saying if the legislature ever entirely repeals SB 9 or section 65852.21 and 66411.7, if those collective are ever repealed in full, then this ordinance is repealed.
Right, okay,
So this ordinance
But
being
if they
repealed
are-
automatically pulls it out of the code.
right, okay. But if they are simply amended, do we have a provision somewhere in 1018?
No, we
for
don't.
that?
If they're amended, we don't have that because if they're amended, then they control regardless of what our code says. And depending on how they're amended, our council may or may not want to make certain policy choices in response to how they're amended.
The council may decide not to follow state law?
No, the council may decide to sue to challenge the state law as an unlawful under other laws. Or the council may decide, for example, the 1,200 square foot max lot size. Let's say the legislature adopts a new rule that says you can't have a 1,200 square foot max size, but you can have a max size that is a percentage of the other parcels, or of the other units on site within some range. If we just said as amended, it would be ambiguous what our max size would be. If it's amended, this one is sufficiently complex that it makes sense to let the council come back and process those amendments, and this commission and the council process the amendments and then revise the code as needed. But in my example, if the code were amended to block max lot sizes, then we couldn't apply it, even though it's in the code. And that's the thing that's worth bearing in mind. And I know this is a challenge for our residents and our applicants, but our code never exists by itself. It has to be read in consultation with the government code. It can never be read by itself. There are parts of it that are preempted. There are parts of it that will always be preempted.
We can't keep up with changes to the government.
Correct. It's impossible to do so for a whole lot of reasons. And the reality is, not only is it the code changes once a year, because the state adopts bills mostly once a year, but not always. Sometimes they do them emergency basis. But also court decisions are coming down that are changing these things. So the reality is the code is always a beginning, not an end.
Okay?
Okay.
Yep, all that sounds logical and reasonable to me. I'm just stuck on a couple of things like the 1,200 square foot maximum.
Before we go into discussion on
sorry.
that, can I just
Sure.
add one more?
Oh, yes.
Page 7, number 8A. When it says, or if there is a car share vehicle located within 1 block of the parcel, that sounds to me like something that could change every couple months.
Yes, I'm going to check, but my recollection is that was part of the law and would be tested at the time of the application.
Will be tested at the time of the application. So if there's a car share, you don't, a half a block away, you don't need to put in as many.
Off-street parking?
Off-street parking. And then 3 more months down the road, that goes away, but your rules haven't changed about the off-street parking. So I think that's a little fuzzy.
It means
it's
that,
taken directly
it means
from-
that the city would
from
have to
state law.
continuously monitor SB 9 properties to make sure that all this stuff is complied with, right?
No, once they're approved, they're approved.
That's it.
Right.
Then it's grandfather time. So I don't
Then they become
like
legacy.
that.
I realize that, but unfortunately, those requirements are taken straight from state law.
I
We're allowed
remember
to
all
re-
that other stuff in the state law, high-quality transit corridor, major transit stops. But I don't remember the car share vehicle.
It is there.
That
There-
was something that
baked
had, this language also appears in the ADU law.
Yes.
Same provision. I don't think 81 has the car share component. It has the
No,
others.
I don't remember seeing it before.
It's not in the ADU.
But it is in SB 9.
Yes.
Well, if we're stuck
And
with
the other
it-
thing that's worth noting is this requirement, we can take the position that a car share vehicle means a standard publicly available car share vehicle. And we could even, if we wanted with some risk, argue that it has to be a publicly available car share vehicle parked in a designated parking space on the street. None of those exist in the city. And the council would have to agree to that use of public land to allow a car share vehicle to be parked for availability on the street, as is true in San Francisco, Berkeley, Oakland, places like that. So the practical import of that requirement may not be huge in our environment. But it is unfortunately state law.
Okay, then I guess I'm just down to the 1,200 square foot maximum. And I would personally rather see meet the base zoning requirements of the original parcel.
Yeah, and I kind of disagree because, to me, with these city lots being generally small, as you pointed out earlier, and you are allowing a lot split which can then have 4 dwelling units on it, that's a lot of buildings on probably small lots. And so if we keep some restrictions in terms of size, I think that's useful, because I would hate to see that lot just be covered with huge residential
I
units.
agree with that, but we still have lot coverage and setback laws that
Yeah,
apply.
but 5 feet is not a big deal on the setback. If we would do that, if we would put in a 1,200 square foot, I think it should be in a ratio to the size of the lot, because there are 2-acre lots that could easily handle a bigger second unit.
How do you do that calculation?
I don't know, but I'll bet you they do. I
Or
have
if-
no
Or
idea.
if we just said, meet the basic zoning requirements of the property prior to the split,
That can allow for
that
an awful lot
that
of big stuff.
gives you a whole set of rules right there.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Murphy. I think, I like the idea. The nature behind it is to try to restrict these types of developments
From being too big.
from going, being too big, getting out of control. We have a lot of opportunity for this to exist in our city, and it really comes down to how much do we want. We have a lot of other things that are pushing towards development, pushing towards more affordable housing, which is fine. We have to do our part, but there comes a point where we have to, like, how much is enough? Enough is enough. And the more we expand, allow this this sort of thing to happen. Yeah, it's not a problem now because of the banks, but if the banks eventually figure it out, this could become a problem. And I'd like to put some objective standards that are very clear, very simple in the front end. And if they need to be tweaked in the future, that's okay. But I like having this 1,200 in there because our lots are small. We're not talking, all of our lots in Ojai are not 2 acres. They're not 1 acre.
No, but
They're
if
a
some
lot
of them
smaller.
are, we have put a 1,200 square foot maximum on that second primary residence.
That just, as an owner of that property, I might not want to do that. I might not want to split my lot and put an additional.
If you had a 2-acre property owner, and he wanted to build a larger than 1,200 square foot on the second half of it, could he get a variance?
Maybe.
Theoretically, yes, if the standards could be met for a variance.
Well, then, I think we got that solved.
It'd be a case by case.
But,
Yeah.
but no matter what zone you're in,
Depending on the
there's a
size.
whole set of rules already
For sure.
that govern, that with practical limits, govern the size of structures
Which opens
in
up,
that zone.
which opens up more opportunity for this to exist in our town. And if that's what we want, that's great. I don't know if that's what we want.
Okay. I'm of a mind not to care if it happens as long as the zoning laws that we have are followed.
But the zoning laws that
Small
we,
lots, they'll be small places, and in big lots, they could be big places.
But-
It just opens up more opportunity for development
Our
of
z-
those places.
our zoning never our zoning laws with its sizes never anticipated that we were going to start splitting lots and building lots and lots of units.
Agreed.
And our infrastructure has not really supported that either. Or has not kept up with it.
So the sense of the commission is to leave a 1,200 square foot maximum on any SB 9 unit.
I would not, I wouldn't characterize my position as that.
Okay.
I would characterize my position that if you're doing a lot split into 2 1-acre parcels and there's a 3,000 square foot house on the original parcel, the secondary parcel should be able to have up to a 3,000 square foot house itself.
Or some other size, depending on the lot itself. That's my position.
So we have a split commission.
We do.
This is a first.
I mean, I
It
think,
never happens.
I think
No,
what we need
it's-
to consider is how open do we want to make this? Do we want, because if we allow that to happen, it'll happen.
Yeah.
Do we want that as a community of Ojai? Do we want to have, you know, slots, these 2-acre parcels split and then have 2 larger units built with, you know, more folks coming in? I mean, that's what we have to think, that's what we have to think about.
I thought your concern was with splitting the small lots.
No, I'm concerned with
Yes.
all of it. I'm considered with opening up the opportunity for this to expand the number of dwelling units in our city at an uncontrollable rate. Because these are all ministerial. We had there's no I mean, once they're in, we don't see them. So they just go.
That's true. That's true. It's ministerial.
So we have to set clear objectives.
My feeling is the existing zoning laws that we have, including setbacks
No, I agree.
and lot coverage, are sufficient to make things not uncontrollable.
Well, I think they're not restrictive enough. I think it would still get out of control based on current
Okay?
standards.
And with a lot that's split with a 3,000 square foot house on one side, you're okay, because it's in a neighborhood of
Sure.
3,000 square foot houses.
I think,
You're okay with the idea that the new house has to be 1,200.
well, I think
But
we
they can
already
get a variance.
considering the consistency aspect that Jamie brought up, that's already out the window with ADUs and junior ADUs, because those are always gonna be most likely smaller and a different construction type than
That's a different set of laws,
it's
yeah.
a different set of laws. But that consistency in the neighborhood is already out the window. And it's ministerial, so we wouldn't
Well-
see it. We couldn't say, oh, that doesn't fit with the neighborhood, we don't like that.
Unless the ADU goes in the front yard or something. Right?
Or unless it's over 2 stories.
Second floor.
Yeah,
Or as a second floor.
yeah.
But a 1-story ADU in the back, ministerial.
Yeah. My
So that
concern is
doesn't
that
help
we
you,
will
does it?
disrupt neighborhoods. My concern is we'll disrupt neighborhoods
I think we're already at the
by-
point where we're disrupting
by
neighborhoods.
creating the requirement for very small houses in neighborhoods of larger houses.
They can get a variance.
Already exists.
Not a big
But-
problem.
But if you just said, go by the zoning that's there, you don't need to ask for a variance. You just build what's there.
I think it comes down to this, do you want a large pipe where lots of stuff goes through, or do you want a narrower pipe where smaller stuff can go through? Bless you. I'm for narrower.
Okay? Well,
We're not convincing each other, so.
No, we aren't.
a motion to change the 1,200, even if it were made and seconded, would not pass because it would not have a majority. And a motion to keep it where it is would not pass, at least on that point. So what do we do?
So you've got 2 basic choices, 3 basic choices.
How can we get to yes on something?
Yeah, so one option would be to collectively agree to move everything else forward to the council and recommend that the council weigh through this question. Should there be a max lot size or max unit size? And if so, what should that unit size be? And that could note the split recommendation to 2 commissioners recommending max 1,200 and 2 recommending that sufficient existing zoning standards are sufficient. That's one path forward, because there's agreement on the other, from what I'm seeing, on the rest of it. And let the council,
We've had some minor changes, but
right. So you could,
nothing else.
you could effectively punt the policy question to the elected policymakers. That's a choice. We can continue for further discussion, or we could try to craft something that marries somewhere between these 2 goals, although it was expressed they're different goals, and that.
Or you could figure out that ratio.
Right. I mean, you could. Yeah, you could structure some sort of math problem that gets you there. You could adopt also, we could split it into different rules for different lot sizes. So if the lot size is half acre or smaller, then it's 1,200 max. If the lot size is a half acre or bigger, or an acre or bigger, and then the lot size, the max unit is size something else.
I like that.
I wouldn't want to craft that math right now, but we could craft math and come back to the commission with
Right. I have seen that done before, and that was done in a previous city I worked in. But
I
that
like
was
that idea.
That's a good.
We
goal.
have a two-tier,
Yeah.
have a two-tier rule based on the size of the parcel.
well, I think it would probably be more than 2 tiers. It would be
We have some pretty wide
Yeah.
size and parcels.
A multi-tier.
multi-tier
rule
is the better
that
assessment
deals
there.
with the size of the parcel.
Right.
And the maximum size of the other primary unit.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie,
Yeah,
it's
I-
your
that-
turn to do the motion and include all that.
I like the idea of kicking it to council, punting.
I don't.
I like the tier.
I'd like to see staff come back with a suggestion about how to do that,
Yeah,
and then let us make a decision.
I still
Yeah.
think that's opening this up versus restricting it. That's all we're doing.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
Yeah, it's all we're doing.
Um,
We're just allowing more opportunities for it to exist.
The
If
question
that's-
is,
That's what we want.
how much do we want to restrict development in the city?
True. Looking at all the stuff coming down from the state, we don't really have a whole lot of say. The best thing that we can do is create objective standards up front that are clear, that are understood, and that's what we're
And
doing.
as
with
restrictive as
this.
possible.
Not necessarily that, just clear. There are plenty of other opportunities for these types of things to exist, not necessarily SB9 lot splits, but there's ADUs, junior ADUs. We're also having other developments with affordable housing coming in that we
Yeah.
don't even get to see.
That's true, yeah. If it's affordable, I'm surprised that we had to do this, because it was a PDP.
Plan development permit.
Okay.
All we're really arguing about is the second SB9 dwelling unit, residence.
It's,
I'm talking
it's,
about
Because
the
everything
the
else
second
is
primary
ADU.
unit.
Yes, the second.
They might both have ADUs, they might
Right,
have
exactly.
JADUs.
So.
All of
so
that has existing
that
rules.
one the second primary unit is
Yes.
really all we're
Yeah.
arguing about.
Right. 20 unit. Look.
Could we agree on having staff come back with a suggestion of how to deal with the second primary residence
That is less restrictive.
that is less restrictive than a flat 1,200 square feet?
I don't understand why.
Okay? Well,
I could go along with that.
wanna make a
I-
motion?
If, I'm trying not to do that. I like the idea of the tiers, because that to me is real clear. If you've got a small in-town property, I want to restrict it. If you're out on Persimmon Hill, I think you're right.
or
You could,
Upper Daly or something.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so lot size, if we can't do the ratio thing, I think a tiered system with the lot sizes worked into it would satisfy me.
Okay.
Well, I think doesn't the variance cover that, right? If you want to make a exception, a use case, there's always that option.
Yes, as
So
I mentioned
I-
before, but
I
that didn't
still
go
like-
anywhere.
I still like the idea of keeping it restrictive, and if there's a certain use case where a certain person wants to do something, they can always apply for variance. But if you don't have it and you open it up, then it's all ministerial. We don't see it. It just, boom, happens.
Correct.
So.
Ministerial is
Did you want to make a
ministerial.
motion or not?
Ministerial's ministerial.
Or did you want to say, ask staff to come back with language
Yes, I would like
about the
staff to come back.
possibility of doing this?
So is that
I
a,
would like to make a motion that we request staff to come back with language that would address the 1,200 square foot limit.
go back, do research, consider the tiering system, however
Yes.
that would end up playing out, and more than likely, we would also reach out to a couple other communities.
Yeah, if there are other solutions to this,
It can only make sense to do that. I can think of a couple of cities that have done this, not necessarily for SB9, but for other things, and have some conversations there.
And if we don't like it, we can still leave it right where it is and push the rest of it forward to council.
Yep,
Yeah,
yes.
you
Th-
retain
then
the
we can punt.
options. The 1,200 is 1,200, or punt. All options will be on the table. We can certainly put together some some language to consider.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor.
Second.
Okay?
For clarity purposes, staff will only be focusing on that and not
We've
anything else.
discussed other
Yes.
minor modifications to it.
So when it
but I
comes
think
back,
that's the one sticking point.
yep, when it comes back, that's what we're going to be focusing on. Okay, I just want to be clear.
See what the possibilities are.
Yep.
If we don't like them,
And the staff report will do the same. It won't
Yeah,
focus
and we'll make the other
Well,
corrections.
the other-
We'll make the other corrections.
Yeah, the other edits will get reflected as well, as discussed tonight.
Okay.
okay?
Call the vote.
Then call the question. Sherry?
Bennett,
Yes.
Trent,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Quillisi.
Yes. So we'll take a look at it again. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Sarah.
Item 4, future agenda items.
Not done.
Almost.
Almost done.
Mr. Whitman has been very patient here,
Yes.
watching all of this hoopla.
Yeah, well, it's gonna come into his lap any day, so it's good to.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Good night.
So, April 3rd is our next regularly scheduled meeting, and we have a couple of items that I'm seeing on here. However, so there's a design review and variance for an after-the-fact increase in fence height at 219 Palomar Road.
Seems to me that fence is already there, isn't it?
It is an after-the-fact, that's what it says.
Yep.
Right, so it's already there.
Buy that property probably 3 times a week.
We're looking into that one further, but that one could potentially go on for the 3rd. 510 East Ojai is a miscellaneous project, mixed use. It's 13 units plus the commercial. On the north side, it's the Miller property. It was also a staging area for
On the south
casitas.
end of that property, I think. Fronting.
Yes.
Ojai.
Yes, there is an SPL overlay for that side. I don't want to get into too
Oh,
much details
yes,
on this. Not a discussion. I'm just giving some general
This is
overview
immediately
here.
adjacent to the school district property.
Yes.
How far back does that property go?
In terms of
Long.
just, it's
It's
a thin, long lot. Yes.
This is part 5 of the Becker hoo-ha.
Yes.
It is a part of the settlement agreement, yes. And then conditional use permit, CUP 21001, modify conditions of approval. This is for Ojai Rancho Inn, 615 West Ojai Avenue. This body had actually asked for this to come back at a later
Right.
meeting, so we
Discussed
have
that.
appropriately scheduled it for this next meeting. We've also identified the property owners and operators, and they're available for the 3rd, so we've scheduled it.
Okay?
So it'll be up for discussion, but really the one condition that was at issue, which was the annual review. So we'll be bringing that for discussion.
Okay, and the 17th,
17th,
is that one ready also?
yes, it is ready. And so we're working through the staff report. And
Again, shall we say?
yeah, let's do a take 2, right? Yes,
Okay.
it is ready. We think we've come to some solutions, and we'll see how that plays out for this body. Pending.
And then we have 2 people in the East End that want to do what Rancho Inn did.
Yeah, those are still in review, not fully complete yet. There are several items for each of those that need to be addressed before they can come forward. So they're in pending. They're out there for the world to see, but they're not ready for this body yet.
Is it the same owner as the Rancho Inn?
It is.
Yeah, it's not a different owner.
Yeah, it's not.
Not a different owner who wants to do
They're
it. It's the
different,
same
Two other
owner.
properties that want to do what the Rancho Inn's doing.
but it's the same owner.
All under
Same
common
owner for
ownership
All
of the
one
Rancho.
owner.
Mhm,
That's
for all 3.
interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Lucas.
And
Anything on a director's report?
I do actually have one thing to report out. I I had myself and both of the Sarahs attend a recent housing workshop that was at Channel Islands. So it was a very informational piece. It discussed, and we went through a lot of the rules and regulations that govern school district sites. So there's some new assembly bills and Senate bills that have come online. I'm very much aware of them, but there's staff that's not. And while it's great that I know all these things, I would love for staff to know some of these things too. So it was an opportunity for us to get down there, kind of roll up our sleeves and get some education for sure.
This was at CSU Channel Islands?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the same. I think it's the same. Someone had told me that it's the same facility and grounds where Hotel California based their. Is that right?
I don't know. It used to be a mental hospital.
Yes. So it sets up quite beautifully that way. It does kind of feel that way. Some renovations going on when we walk through. But it was really a beautiful campus. Small, quaint, and definitely out in the middle of nowhere, almost felt like to a certain degree. There's lots of parking there, but you also have parking kind of across the Aranda. So anyway, yeah, that's it for me in terms of reporting out.
Terrific. Anything from the city attorney?
No, just happy to.
Great.
Oh, also I wanted to note that we brought on a volunteer intern. And so that volunteer intern he's currently going to University of Minnesota and doing stuff remotely, but we've got him working on some stuff right now, which has been fun.
Oh, good.
Yeah. He's identified that he wants to continue when he graduates and moves out here. He grew up here, so makes sense.
Ah, wonderful. Okay. Very cool. So a golden gopher.
Yeah, but I don't know that he would identify himself that way, because he's looking to finish school this semester, graduating in May.
Get out of the snow. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there hasn't been a lot of snow there this year, I guess.
I spent 3 months in Golden Valley, which is a western suburb of Minneapolis, working on a consulting project. And at the end, it was mid to late January. The temperature got up to 12. People were running around in shorts.
Oh, man.
Tough crew up there. It did,
Yeah.
yes. It had been below that for a long time. Oh.
I do have a commission report.
Commission report, yes.
Cool. I attended the MAC meeting on the 18th. A couple things to note from that. There is a e-bike presentation that they want to combine with the city of Ojai and law enforcement. So they want to come together with the city of Ojai law enforcement and the MAC to talk about e-bikes. The bike trail is under repair right now. Foster Park is under repair. It won't be open probably, they said, until another year or so, which is pretty crazy.
It's all under mud.
It's all under mud.
Yeah.
And then the APT project is moving forward. They're going to shut down the second part of the lane in Oakview, so it'll just be the 2 lanes that go through Oakview. It's a demonstration, very similar to the one that we're having. So the 2 bike lanes are really wide, but that's allowing for folks to turn left out of there. And they're finding problems, though, because people are driving on those bike paths.
Passing on the right.
Correct.
Which everybody's used to passing on the right in Oakview.
Right. The other big topic was the transitional home that's being proposed over by the Marimani. It's by the Circle K. Yeah, it's a transitional home, assisted living. There's going to be 28.
The old Gaslight.
Yeah, 28 units. But transitional, they did say it could be folks that are coming out of jail. So transitional, low income. There's no parking requirements. They said that these people won't own cars. Don't know how they're going to enforce that.
How you know that in advance.
Yeah, and so they're going to be doing I guess they're starting to circulate the information. They're going to be doing some more community outreach. They're reaching out to the Ventura County Star. But because of AB 2162, there is no review for the MAC, so this is another ministerial thing. So another example of ministerial projects. Said there is no traffic volume impact analysis won't be applied because it is AB 2162. So even though,
Traditional housing projects are another protected category.
correct.
Yep.
Was the supervisor at the MAC meeting?
The supervisor.
Lapeer?
No, yeah, no, he wasn't
No.
there. No.
What-
I've never seen
so-
him at a MAC
So,
meeting.
so noted.
Yeah, but I did
You
reach
did?
out to
Wow, okay.
Maruha.
Maruha.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maruja.
Yes, and anyway, she's gonna
Clancy.
give us some more information also regarding the or the APT project and as well as the
ATP,
transitional
the one
home
that,
project.
the one that's doing
Yeah,
things in Ojai.
When you say
Right.
transitional housing, is that a broad term?
Yes.
Can you transition from anything to anything and
What's-
still have all of the benefits of?
It used to be called a halfway house.
Yeah,
and you were
yeah.
either leaving jail or you were leaving drug
Right.
addiction or something.
Typically, transitional housing that's going to categorize in these protected categories is transitioning out of prison or the corrective system, out of parole, out of it can include out of foster care, out of homelessness or unhousedness. Those categories are and they have sort of different rules and regs for different types.
But they're
that's
all
what
intended to be
transitional housing-
short-term kind of
Yeah, it's intended to be,
occupancy.
Transitional.
3 to 6 months, 3 to 9, 12 months sometimes.
I think the Mesa is planning on a 2-year limit.
Yeah, and some of them are longer, like some of the ones for folks coming out of the foster care system cover the gap from 18 to 20. Others might be a 6-month thing. There's also often substance abuse or treatment component as well.
Yeah.
And typically services as well for folks to help the transition be successful.
Yeah, they did talk about that a little bit too. Yeah. Cool, that was it.
Thank you, John. All right, our city council member liaison? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
I was assigned
Oh,
to the arts. and
Oh, you and
specifically-
Kappa.
Yeah, specifically to Kappa. Kappa had a meeting.
Right.
Which was not completely reported by the newspaper, although the publisher and owner was there and the reporter at the Kappa meeting, where the developer showed a mural that was going to be put in below the ceiling of the lobby. Very, I thought, interesting.
At the El Roblar.
At the El Roblar, sorry. There were a lot of very self-interested people there.
Good way to put it.
Yeah, sorry. But people who had applied themselves for being the one to create something for the hotel who were not successful, who made the argument that it should be limited to people from Ojai. And the ordinance does not include that. The art share does not include that requirement. But there are other people who had very specific axes to grind there. But the issue wound up, we were going to have a second meeting of the group at night, and they were going to put the lighting up inside the lobby so we could see if we could, so we could go out on the sidewalk and see if it was visible.
From the public right away, yeah.
From the public right away.
That's the requirement, yeah.
And we decided that we were going to do that, and then the developer pulled that project as the one he wanted considered as his contribution to the arts, and has not yet, to my knowledge, identified to anyone what the new project will be.
Alternative public art,
Right.
yeah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't see that in the paper.
Yeah. Well, it happened subsequent to the paper coming out.
Ah, okay.
This was the night before the paper came out that the meeting was held, and so they printed that, and then right after that, he said, I think I'm gonna submit something else.
Interesting. Okay, so you'll have another piece
I'll have
to
it-
consider.
When they call, I'll go.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you, Mr. Whitman.
Yes, thank you for your patience. That was quite a long one for us.
All the thanks is to you guys for your service. And let's see, what I can report is that we had our priority session, our last meeting, and I thought it was interesting because you guys veered off into traffic during the discussion of the Becker project, and now this is my perception. We didn't do any totals, but I think the public by far is interested in us getting a grapple on traffic issues. A very wide variety, including electric bikes. From traffic congestion to safety to speed limits and the condition of roads. Just a couple of other comments, related to tonight. Mr. Trent, I really want to thank you for your approach to the idea that when we're looking at housing projects, we need to look at who's going to buy them, how's that going to serve our public, and what the public's needs are. And I think that's a really valuable way to look at it. And I think one of the reasons you're struggling with that in this project is that the state has, one plan for everybody. Yeah. And so that what they've devised for towns like San Francisco or LA with millions of people and massive infrastructure is also being, applied to us.
And even at that, they keep moving the goalposts.
Yeah. So we did do something, big to help us in that area with achieving RENA numbers, which will give us a lot more flexibility, will give you a lot more flexibility. I think it's really critical for local government to be able to make these types of decisions about what's good for our residents.
Absolutely.
And I took the same approach. I take the same approach, which is, who are the people who live in Ojai who need our help, and how do we, best achieve that? The last thing I'm going to say is that I wouldn't know anything about this if it weren't for my wife, but there were some comments about native plants tonight. My wife's worked for botanical gardens for the last 10 years or so, and both my wife and my daughter are biologists. So the native plants can be flammable or they can be not flammable. It's, just like lawyers can be crooks or lawyers can be saints. The really important thing about native plants is that they support biodiversity. So you put the non-native plant into our environment, and the birds and the insects and everything else that is needed for supporting.
Don't know what to do with it.
Yes, by putting in the natives, then you're supporting our, local habitat. And I'm not gonna, go too far into this, but, biodiversity is actually considered to be very important to like the survival of our species. So I think that's why you hear people pushing native plants, and they don't always explain it, but it's it's a really important thing, and I think maybe it would be a good idea.
Yeah.
I'll talk to staff about the idea of potentially doing a presentation, get somebody from one of the botanical gardens to come in and talk about why native plants are
They
important.
also do real well with drought.
That's true. They know how to live here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything more? If not, it is 10 minutes after 10, and we are adjourned.
All right.